is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
ag.al should be scared of us because we are the defending champions. We are known to be Chinese team slayers.
就是没有跟我们交手过，然后他们没有尝试过我们的风格，可能会有一些需要就是小心点我们吧。
Why should XLG be scared of us? We have Martin, you know, they don't have Martin.
我知道他们 Martin 非常厉害，我们有 Raga。
I think anyone on that team can pop off. I think we're all strong players. I mean, we're really good.
I like to play against good opponents, so it's gonna be a fun match.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to Paris. We are back. It is day 2 of the EWC 2026 year, and we are kicking things off with group stages with 2 new groups. We've got Pilsky alongside Athena on the desk. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we are in for some fun today. Let's welcome in these beautiful humans and show their faces. Who's more excited between you two?
Me, for sure. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah, Athena, a little slow.
Definitely.
A little slow on the draw here.
That was my
Start
bad,
today.
honestly.
We're going to be getting into this one, and it's going to be another beatdown. I have a feeling if you're looking at other historic numbers, there's one region that's succeeding and one region that's struggling. I, of course, am referring to the success of Americas and the downfall of Pacific.
Do you want me here, Puckett?
Pilsky.
I actually think he's the problem.
Is it going to be 0-3 with you involved?
It really could be. It really honestly could be. But what I will say is that Global Esports do have an American coach, so in a way, it's not our fault.
Wait, they still have an American coach? I thought they got rid of one.
Actually, Canadian, so even worse, perhaps.
Yeah, no, that's probably worse. I can say that I'm Canadian. It's fine.
We've got a lot to talk about today. We'll be diving into all of the matches, all of the storylines. Before we do, though, we want to take a look back in our STC rewind of everything that happened on day number 1. Let's take a look. We'll bring up our own audio and talk you through what we witnessed here as it was 100 Thieves shocking the world to start the day. What do you see in that matchup, Athena?
It wasn't shocking, actually. Thank you very much. This was very highly expected from my part, at least.
Right.
You told me 100 Thieves were the worst team in Americas.
That's not at all what I said.
The weakest of any of our competitors.
You are a gaslighter. What's
you said
new?
USA's bottom squad.
No, okay, but seriously, we have to talk about yesterday because this game was kind of wild. It felt like on Ascent, 100 Thieves, they had a really good run. They were struggling to close it out because their mid rounds, they were so good, but when it came to the end or late rounds, they were struggling a little bit against RRQ.
Yeah, look, I can make a million excuses for RRQ here, but at the end of the day, it's just another international event, another international game where they do not play up to the standards that they've shown domestically, and I have to give full credit to 100 Thieves. I thought that they were better fraggers, they had better prep, they had better macro, and they are very much deserving of a very clean 2-0 over an RRQ.
Jemkin was my favorite player to watch. Pilsky, as someone who watches this team on a regular, who played the best for RRQ and who underperformed?
Xfero, and then I think everybody else underperformed as far as I'm concerned.
Guy had some rounds. He was one of the main reasons on Ascent why they came back.
He's their caller at the end of the day. Yes, he comes up with some big plays. Unfortunately, Zan, that was his debut game, by the way, in Tier 1 for RRQ. Not one to remember.
Yeah, and that happens with a lot of players entering the esports scene. You're thrown onto the biggest stage, and you are thrown to the wolves. Asuna, one of the main stages or faces there on 100 Thieves, walks away with his first W. So did NRG, though. This was the spiciest match of day number 1 across the 2 streams, and everyone tuned in to the 3-game series. The question was it going to go into overtime in any of them? Game 2 was a blowout, though, 13-5. Walk me through what we saw on Fracture first. So this, of course, was the pick from Paper Rex.
Yeah, for sure. I think Paper Rex in very good form on this map at the moment, but credit to NRG. I felt like in the gun rounds, they were very much pushing things. Divide with this clutch very much gave Paper Rex the ability to close out this game, 13-9 or 13-10, thereabouts. But for NRG, I don't think that they were necessarily swayed by that. They came in confidently to the next 2 maps and reverse sweep Paper Rex relatively easily. I thought they were playing phenomenal, and I think for Paper Rex, unfortunately, it was just a bit of a meh day.
Yeah, I think another dub for Americas, as usual, you know, kind of as I expected, at least coming into this. I say that, but I literally said PRX was going to win.
Yeah. She was against America.
We won 4 Masters in a row. You guys win 1, and you're already piping up.
So anyway, NRG had such a good game. It felt like their teamwork was on point. I think especially on this Lotus, it looked like almost like they had a perfect read on how Paper Rex was going to play. At some point, they were understanding the angles that everyone everyone was trying to peek, and actually something got punished so many times. That clip there getting spammed through the box, but every aggressive angle that he tried to take was just instantly shut down. So I think for NRG, they really did their homework for this one. They learned a lot coming back from that Masters London, and they didn't let it phase them.
Of course, I was watching Brox to frag out there if you're looking for a lot of eliminations in this game. If you're looking for an IGL, who do you give credit to from day number one? Who stood out across any of the stages?
I mean, Ethan, I mean, if you IGL a reverse sweep to Paper X in such clean fashion like that and your prep looks phenomenal, you got to give a lot of credit over to Ethan as far as I'm concerned.
I got to give a shout out to Vora, though, because
true.
his IGLing was insane. His mid-rounding specifically was just so good. It felt like we saw him understanding the gameplay almost as if he had the other team on the minimap every single time.
The final game went down on Breeze, and this was where Kiko put on a performance. Of course, on the Jet, Scuba, on the Viper was a player to watch as well. On the other side, for Paper X, who's going to have a bigger day 3, because they, of course, have the day off to prep for their elimination match.
Yeah, they do, and I think they have an easier time in the lower bracket. No disrespect to KC. I know that they're kind of like hometown heroes over here, but I think they may unfortunately struggle to be able to make it in front of a French crowd because they've got PRX in the lower bracket. Right. And even if they cause that upset, they then have to play the loser of Vitality NRG after that. That's going to be a very rough run. That group is very stacked.
That may be our group of death so far. And speaking of the groups, we are here for group stages all of week 0. If you're just joining us, let's catch you up on how the format is going to work.
VALORANT is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year, and this time everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second-place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third-place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off VALORANT at EWC 2026.
Excellent breakdown right there. If you missed any of it, the big takeaways, we've increased the prize pool from $750,000 more. That's up to $2 million with $600,000 going to first place. You can't win the tournament, though, without making the run throughout our group stages. And if you do make the run and make it through groups, you're guaranteed a placement in our top 8. Top 8 is getting paid out. Look at this, $90,000. That is a nearly $40K difference here, Athena, if you simply make it out.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's really promising as well for a lot of these teams that could sometimes struggle to get placements in global events where they kind of don't get any reward for that. So this is really nice that they have that format that they're able to kind of make some money on.
And of course, if you win your opening round in groups, Bilski, you are guaranteed into top 12. So you're going to be making some serious cash out of the gates. But these players aren't here purely for the prizing. There's a lot of pride on the line. Is it regional pride or is it still team specific at this point in VALORANT?
Both, but usually regional pride. I mean, I think that there is very much a heavy regional fan base for each of them in VALORANT, and a lot of pride goes with that. And how you perform at the international events, usually for Americas, that's kind of meh until champs and things like that, but they just got themselves a dub, so they're all very proud of themselves.
So where'd your regional pride go?
Where'd my regional pride go? Unfortunately, second place is a little bit sad. But look, we go back to the Masters before that. Very proud because that was an All-Pacific Grand Final. So that's pretty good.
Paper X, of course, is his favorite in the Pacific region. Let's take a look at all of our groups and how things broke down. Starting with Group D today, you're going to see the Heretics in action against ag.al. That's going to be over on our Alpha stream. Here on Bravo, we open things up with mibr.los versus Global Esports. Now, both teams having a few change-ups here. Can we talk about Global Esports and the coaching change that occurred leading up to just this event?
We could talk about it, but I'm not sure I can necessarily explain it. I think a lot of people are a little bit shocked that that's actually something that's come to fruition. Frost has always been a coach that's been able to take teams that don't necessarily fit together in a fully straightforward manner and make them better than the sum of their parts and bring them to good placements. And GE was an organization that had never made playoffs in Pacific, that had never made it to an international event. And with Frost at the helm, they do that for the first time. And then immediately afterwards, he's on the way out. I don't think anybody really can explain
Kind of
why.
looks like a situation where the org gave in to the players. We'll see if it plays out in the way they think it will. Athena, can we talk about Group C, though? I've got my boy Baby Bay, a man who hung it up, put on a headset, was ready to just be a broadcaster with one of us for the rest of his life.
Chumps.
He throws down the headset, he jumps back into that driver's seat, and he is taking over games for G2. That was months ago. Back in London, though, this was not the prettiest performance. Are G2 the favorites in Group C, or who do you have your eyes on?
I'm not sure, but for me, what I'm looking for from G2 is to put up a performance, because this is finally their time to prove that they can actually do something at a Globals. They've struggled every single time they've made it. The addition of Baby Bay has made it a little bit easier, though. I feel like they've added on to that fragging power, and he's done a phenomenal job. But for me, I always got to pick G2 as my favorite, only because America's baby. But I don't want to make any promises because they've struggled.
No promises. So are you're on the G2 side of the fence that they are the favorite, or
I don't want to. Yes.
Yes. Vague answers today. Okay.
I'm
going to grill you tomorrow. Grilling you. Bilski, can we talk a little bit about the rest of the competition? I've talked a lot about the American teams. You, of course, watch the Pacific region. We've watched a lot of games from EMEA.
Yeah.
Who should the fans be excited to watch throughout the week? Because we still have 2 more days of groups.
I think the rest of the group that we just finished the first game of yesterday, I think you're looking at an NRG Vitality game, and then after that you get another Gigabanger game. Those could all be kind of top 4 games in EWC as far as I'm concerned. So that's an extremely exciting group. We're going to see Heretics play very up and down team, a team with a very high ceiling that came into EWC last year and actually just hit that crazy purple patch of form, even despite kind of struggling in some of those early games and getting pushed a little bit. I think even in the XLG game where they were playing with like a coach stand-in, and then they go on to win the whole thing. So I think that's what's great about EWC. Sometimes you get these dark horse teams that just hit a crazy patch of form and they win the whole thing.
I have a hot take.
Hit me.
Okay.
I think MIBR is going to win the whole thing.
Okay.
I think that MIBR is going to win. Listen, they just beat Leviton 3-0
They
to
did.
qualify for
That's
EWC.
pretty good.
Leviton, by the way, the ones who just won Masters in London.
Was this on LAN?
No.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Fact checking. Just fact checking.
Okay, but have you seen this roster?
Just fact checking.
Hold on. Have you seen this roster, dude? They've all
I'm the
moved to
new
LAN.
guy. I'm
There's
just
no
gathering as
pressure.
much data as I can beforehand.
Aspas isn't online. We all know it. Like, when has this guy ever been to a live event and put up numbers?
Get ready to be
Definitely not kill
canceled.
records.
It's over
Definitely
for you.
not kill
It's
records.
actually
I've never
over
seen it.
for you.
A lot of these teams are going to be feeling pressure to not just perform here in Valorant, but to perform at EWC for their club. The club championship has millions and millions of dollars up for grabs. That's what everyone is playing for in the overall scheme of EWC. Who are some of the club favorites? Because Heretics were able to get their team into the top 5 due mostly to their Valorant start last year.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of organizations that are representing. I think NRG are in good form right now. You have to keep an eye on whether they're in some of the other games. Vitality are in a good position to make their way early into the playoffs. And I think on the other side of things, you've got a lot of organizations that might not have much more representation in other games. I think Paper X is the perfect example of it. If they come through and win this whole event, they'll at least get themselves into a relevant position in terms of the club championship, but they're probably not going to be getting many points from elsewhere. But as we saw from last year, even if you manage to win one game, that's going to be good enough to get you at least some cash in the club championship.
Yeah, I also think we're in Paris, right? We're in France. I'm going to see KC, Carmine Corp. They have the biggest fan base, in my opinion, especially when it comes to the French players. So I'm really interested to see how many fans show up for that team, for that club specifically, because they're across so many games too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which region will have the most teams represented in our playoffs? There are 8 spots. America has 2 wins so far.
Want to make it easy. EMEA, because they get 5 spots thanks to Heretics.
Okay.
Thanks, Heretics.
So they get an extra try, right?
Yeah, they're just lucky that they've got extra representatives.
Notice how he
Thanks,
backed off
Heretics.
of his own region so quick.
Well, honestly, he had 0 faith in RRQ taking a single map based on yesterday's breakdown. Maybe a single round. He said not even a single round to me off camera, Athena.
I gave him
100% said that.
I gave him a map. They didn't even get a map. So at some point, you have to just kind of back it off a little bit, you know?
Let's talk a little bit deeper into the matchup that we are about to witness because the players are on stage and I just saw the photographer shoot away, which means we are about to begin here in just a few moments. The Gentlemates are playing tomorrow, but over here on the stage, we of course are going to see Global Esports against MIBR to open the day. Can we start with Global Esports? Who is this team? Who are their star players? What am I looking at?
I mean, it's kind of a mixed team of the core that was built around from last year. You've got Crystal in there as well as Udatan. They tried to put a mixed team together that didn't go particularly well last year. Didn't get the greatest of placements. Then they've upgraded the roster, bringing a lot of firepower. They've got Autumn over from China. Australian player, by the way. So he's obviously cracked because, all Australians
all the Aussies. If you make it off the island, you're pretty darn good. We got a guy Pred in Call of Duty. He's a monster.
Is this Love Island or is that? That's the story.
If you make it on the island, you're killing it.
No, but yeah, honestly, this is a team that's been well kind of built over time, had great coaching staff, still have great coaching staff. I think Platoon's been worth his weight in gold, quite honestly, but moving into a head coach position, I'm eager to see if the team is going to be as cohesive. I think Patman is kind of the player that really takes over games and can really be the one to be a difference maker. He just goes into hard carry mode, and when he has a good read on the game, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
We're going to keep talking about this first game a little bit more here. We've highlighted some of the stars from the Pacific region. Let's talk about America's stars, because you told me 100 Thieves are not the worst team in America. And if it's not NRG, does that mean it's MIBR, Athena?
In all of Americas, not here specifically. Listen, MIBR... If you don't know this team, I feel like you've probably been living under a rock, because this is a super team. When you're looking at these players, you have Zekin, you have Ospas, you have these players that have consistently made it to global events previously.
Now, are these all Brazilians? Because MIBR is historically a Brazilian org, right?
They're not all Brazilian. There are mixed. They're all from all over America. So it works out.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It works out.
Look, all I'm saying is MIBR built a super team, 0 international events. Global Esports built a team, 1 international event. It's a bit of a disparity
it's
there.
Okay. Listen, let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you about MIBR. They've constantly been in 4th and 5th place.
And you said they're going to win the event,
I did.
Athena.
Listen, they've been insane. They've been on the come up. For them to lose in Americas, they lost 3 BO5s in a row not to qualify. They were 1 game away in kickoff, and when it came to stage 1, they struggled. They just couldn't find their footing. But from what I saw in the qualifiers for EWC, this team looks very changed. They understand the firepower that they have. They've been going kind of crazy, and I think beating Leviathan in itself 3-0, by the way, is a really big feat.
This looks like a shank on his arm, a historic French piece of weaponry on his left forearm. I am feeling like an MIBR win based purely on skin tattooing. Expectations for this match before I hand it over to you guys for agent selection.
Honestly, I think you need to take a look at Autumn's tats. He's got some pretty sick tats as well, Puckett. So make sure you scan all of the players before you make up your mind. Expectations for this game, I think I have MIBR as the favorites. They're looking like a very, very strong team. I think they've kind of underwhelmed domestically, but I think there's a lot of teams like that do only okay domestically, or maybe don't hit their heights, and they're still good enough to come into an international event and do very well for themselves. And GE, much like all of the Pacific teams at this event, are in a state of flux. They have just had a head coaching change, and I think a lot of people have their eyes on this event and this game in particular for GE to perform, and it's not an easy game right out the gate here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think MIBR is on that. And as well as that, we talked about them not making global events. Each of these individuals has at least played in some form of international event. 2 of them actually winning. We have Ospas, who won with Loud, and then we have Zekin, who won with Sentinel. So 2 Masters, 2 Masters and Champions wins on this roster. It still plays a big part. You were talking about have they played on a stage together before? Not really. but I think it's going to be great for them, especially with the changes that they've made in terms of gameplay.
I mean, look at his nose. These nostrils are flared open. He is set up for success. When you got the Breathe Right strip on, you know this gamer is locked in. He's got the Red Bull. He's got the Monster Energy ready to go. Pilsky, how do you activate this man in-game, though, to his maximum potential? And what about the big dogs over on Global Esports? Who's the threat we have on camera now?
I mean, that's Harvey. That's their ag.al. He's a rookie ag.al coming into Pacific just this year, and he's been able to bring them to an international event. A little bit up and down in terms of the individual performance. He actually is mechanically pretty sharp, but especially when the game gets hot, I think that's where the ag.al brain drain really hits, and his performance does sometimes take a dip. At the same time, though, he's got a lot of heavy hitters around him. On the other side of things, Aspas doesn't need anyone to activate him. He just activates himself.
True. That's true.
Just
That's
round
very
3.
valid.
Give him an AR, let him rip.
Literally.
He's literally the kind of person that once he picks up the operator, that's when he becomes really lethal. That being said, he's been really good at taking those fights. The thing about Aspas that I like is that he's not too aggressive of a duelist to the point of where he takes a lot of those over peaks. But what I do really like is the way that Zekin and Aspas have worked together recently. Their synergy has made them so good at becoming more aggressive together, taking those peaks together. Their gameplay has been really well-rounded, and I think for Zekin and Aspas, I'm looking at them to be that dynamic duo when they are playing the double duo.
Guys, we have the option to go to an ad, but I think we can keep chatting a little bit here as we get this game going. We're just waiting on one player to throw on his headset, and then we'll be diving in. We can talk about some historic rivalries, some matches that they've had in the past, but I want to start here, Athena, about your opinion on adults with plushies, aka stuffed animals, at their workstation.
Oh, at their workstation?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
You
I
support
love it. I'm
You're
a
pro
big fan.
stuffy.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these plushies? Most of them actually have really deep meanings for these players, which is really cute. Some are given by girlfriends or wives. Some they bought when they went to some sort of global event that reminds them of home. And I think it's nice to just always have something that kind of grounds you.
So
on
you
that.
don't see it as like a visual ball and chain?
No.
This is more of like
not.
happy, positive thoughts, reassuring comfort.
Yes.
Gifts. Okay.
Yep.
Understood. I don't know. I saw a purple hippo up there on the desk. I was like, I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad that you don't have a plushie on your desk.
My wife has not given me a stuffed animal yet, and I'm going to request that for my 41st birthday. Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about the mojo, though. If you're looking for a swing in momentum, is there a hype man on Global Esports? Is there like an emotional leader on that squad?
I think they have several. I think Harvey and Patman are kind of the duo coming out of the Philippines that bring a lot of energy to the team. They both have a big kind of hand in the calling presence, and I think Autumn is kind of the calming presence in the team that has by far the most experience on this team. And whenever an Australian guy gets hyped in your ears, you're going to be pretty pumped up. He's going to G up the boys.
On the other side, Athena, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from MIBR. Who is my in-game leader and who is my duelist to watch that could go for that pop-off moment on camera?
Burno's going to be your in-game leader. Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually have two. You have Zekin and Aspas that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes to Americas. Obviously, nothing on Sato and Neon right now because they're kind of going crazy on Leviathan. But they're so good. You should watch them play. And I think the most important part is you should watch them and how they play together, because together they become this crazy like twin flame moment. They just go crazy.
Get low, big time. Get low, big dog. Our friends from the Alpha stage making their way across as they are trying to get eyes on all of the action. It looks like our players are getting into this map veto in just a moment. So let's dive into this match and talk big picture. It's a best of 3 this time around here at EWC 2026. And the first ban is in. MIBR getting rid of Sunset. Fracture is out. So we are going to see some new maps today, starting with Lotus here for Global Esports. Oh, sorry. Looks like we're going to see Lotus picked by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick makes a lot of sense. I mean, for MIBR, they've had so much success. They actually had a 100% win rate. Granted, it was the one win on this in the past month or 2 months when they've played in Americas, when they've played in those qualifiers. They've also played it recently in the EWC qualifier against Crew, and they won it 13-7, which, if you know anything about Americas, Crew has been the team to beat on Lotus. They've always had really good protocols. So for MIBR to kind of win that game, I think it makes sense to let that through, especially seeing how for GE, they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time, though, if you go back and look at GE's history on Lotus, 3 different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy triple Senti comp, I think, inspired by XLG up against Paper X that didn't really go well for them over in the Ho Chi Minh finals. So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR to have a read picking Lotus against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these teams. For MIBR, does seem like they're kind of considering their options here, but a deadlock does seem like a bit of a departure from what they were playing last time. At least Verno's locked in the deadlock. Over on the side of GE, though, they go a lot of different directions in terms of their comps. This time, they're going to lead into something a little bit more standard looking with the double duelist. I mean, I'm confused because we do have the graphic around a certain way, and I do think that the comp on the right looks more like something that GE might play. Maybe not the Harbor, though, and I do know that some of the, Latin American players and teams do love the Harbor from time to time.
Yeah, you have been accurate with your questioning in the past. Yeah. You might be onto something. Yeah. Athena, do you agree with this take, or can MIBR roll with the Harbor?
I think MIBR could potentially roll with the Harbor. Also, the Reyna is just, it's such a crazy pick. And I think that we've seen it have some sort of success. I think when you're playing on a map like Lotus, it takes away a lot of kind of potential. Like when you're playing a Phoenix, you have the wall, you have the flash around the corners. But the Reyna flash is just not that good in my opinion. So I am a little worried about whichever team did pick the Reyna. You're
saying a little bit worried. This comp is batshit. Like, honestly, what is going on, man? This is crazy. And it has to be GE, because if it's not, MIBR have lost the plot. Like, this is a team that I've watched play a lot of double duelists and things like that.
But low-key, it might be a strat. Like, low-key, if it's MIBR, they're like, guys, we're better. Let's just run them down.
Yo, if I am the brand new coach, I'm bringing out a brand new comp, and I'm about to blow honestly, the Valorant community's mind. It is time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reyna, that you're really going to have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
what if it works?
What if it works? If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's, because we've had it before in the past.
Is this concern that ISO is not strong enough? Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak agents at the moment. They don't see a lot of play in the meta. There's some of the less picked duelists. I can name 4 or 5 duelists better than Arena ISO.
We should name 6 or 7 duelists.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
They're killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge. Yeah. I love that. I'm going to keep throwing them at you. Athena, you're a bit on the fence here, so I'm really going to make you give me a declaration.
Fence sitter.
Okay.
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
Why?
I think personally, no, they're not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as Champions winners. I can't see a world where MIBR here doesn't take it to those first 8 maps, because they're just so good. And looking at the smiles of their faces, come on, the vibes are there.
Stuffed animals, breathe red strips.
You and these stuffed animals, man.
My boys are locked.
You're really
we gotta get him
MIBR so far. I'm not really a fan of it.
Not really profiling, just observing. You know, it's one of my strengths. Yeah. I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready, so I think we could be going to an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we could be diving in deeper. Production, go ahead and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
Sure. I do love an ad.
If there is a strong, I love watching snipers. They're the flashiest thing. If you hit a headshot, it's nearly an insta-kill almost all games. Who is the star sniper on both sides, and are there multiples that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean, Aspas is just a star op player. For GE, they've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the Outlaw? When am I going with the Operator? Talk me through, how I spend my economy throughout this series.
Outlaw, anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds have been close, their economy's struggling, you're going to go for an Outlaw. You will see probably both of these teams have used the Outlaw. I've seen Aspas do it, I've seen GE do it, I've seen Autumn pick it up. So that's when you're going to pick that up. Operator, Zekken, that's true. Operator in any other circumstance, when you want to mix it in for a gun round.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on based on the agents,
Yeah.
who's gonna opt, the Reigner or the ISO?
I am
Or the
questioning.
Harvard.
I'm questioning
deadlock.
whether that's the comp we're going to see when we get in the server, because we are resetting the lobby, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So they may have.
I've got news.
Yeah,
Ignore what we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're going to find out, as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what we see, we are in the middle of a massive expo center downtown Paris, France, and they are building all around us. Stages are going up. We've got video walls growing, and our players are still filing in. We've got MBLL still going on, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, excuse me, and of course, this game, Valorant, going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's dive into it and find out who our players actually want to play on our first map. Athena, remind me, what is map number 1? Where are we playing and what fits well?
Is Lotus, and I think both of these Agent Selects make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of MIBR because that Waylay hasn't really found that much success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americas teams, we saw NRG picking that up on the Fracture and kind of struggling to find success. But I think when I'm looking at Ospas, I really like him on the Jet, and I'm a little bit worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
Yeah, I think for MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously in the qualifiers, but only by a little bit. I think the Waylay is the singular focus to that. For GE, as I mentioned before, they've played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played 3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see them lean into yet another different comp. Once again, though, running the double duelist, just a little bit of a different flavor. Honestly, I think what MIBR are running, though, the Waylay is going to be fantastic against the Vice. It's so easy to be able to bait out some of those setups and then just refract out. Really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
Yeah, that's very true. I think the way that they play it is really important here, and I hope they have some antis because their Neon has been really good. And immediately, right off the bat, we're going to see an aggro C play with these duelists. The Raise Nades coming in and GE just speeding up.
Autumn getting ready for the dash on in. Paint Shell's going to slow down the offense for GE just for a moment, but the double dive on in is finding some impact. Aspas from the backside of the site, cleaned up by Yutatan. Verno, as well as the rest of MIBR, trying to force their way through Waterfall, but it's not the clean execution that they're really looking for. Peek through the smoke goes the way of Harvey. As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on spawn side. The ag.al of GE really starting to warm up. And on the other side of things, it's Verno for MIBR that has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting that fight and making sure they're able to push up. Udotan gonna get the Sheriff kill onto Verno. But yes, a pistol going the way of Global Esports. And I think for MIBR here, I mean, taking that peak is one thing, but not having a fallback plan is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double C Mound with Zekin and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you, you can't really complain, honestly. So GE are going to be quite happy about how that round went. Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this buy. Autumn and Zavi with a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. Got the C's nade over on the A side of the map. Aspas getting active, activating that refract, and does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some pressure, using the Prowler to clear that door. And it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance to re-clear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now. Straight up on into the C site. No opposition there from MIBR, just looking to group up on spawn side and see if they can get some damage done with these pistols.
Pushing towards the spawn here. Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom, gets paranoid and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on and they're trying to do this flood retake, but Batman shutting it down. Alspas with a trade back onto it now, just flooding it. Zekin and Mizzino getting picks. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good idea against pistols.
Oh dear. Pistol just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Ecoed by naught but 4 classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already MIBR a massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE. 2 pistols, Sheriff and a Bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with. But it's going to be a little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The raised Boomba is actually going to go in. They're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time because he was 1 second away from losing that fallback.
Door open by Udatan. Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE are indeed inside of tree. Nade for second, will zone the attackers away for now. And that's a beautiful seize combo to take out Autumn. GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Massino through the backside of that door, though, does at least give them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this A-line, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal. Now that plan B has fallen apart. GE gonna try to contact up here. They're not gonna clear Rebel just yet. Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful Sheriff shot onto Mazzino, and all 3 of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in. He is a big game player for GE, but this is a triple high-low on stairs side that he's about to walk into. Not even the best of players can be dealing with that. Haunt dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on stairs side, and that is just not the angle Patman was looking for. Second round for MIBR here, and GE looking to go into their gun round after the upset on the eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not really feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1s. Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Aspas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yep. It is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound, though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for GE, trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have gotten over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides. Not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get planted. Seconds in, Patman and Udo getting those picks. Udo with a 3K to shut it down, and Verno now left in a 1v4. The nade's coming in, and it's gonna make a 4K for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR. Rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here. Despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah, looks like MIBR, the flood retake just wasn't there. Zekin was all out onto site using both satchels, and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him back decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rebel, they have lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Verno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I say that, he gets 2. Zabi getting a trade onto Verno. A spam kill from a Mazzino, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
Very winnable for MIBR, especially given the fact that we have 1 player down on a Sheriff this round. Prowler going forward, looking for a little bit of information. The Fade on the other side of things, looking to slow this one down. Both of MIBR creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle, does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging this off angle. Crystal has got the cross. Aspas into a very difficult 1-on-2, able to punish Patman for the peek on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking. A little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out, but Aspas is able to spray him through the wall and pick up that massive 1-on-2 for mibr. This is just such a tense game.
I questioned a little bit the Aspas waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses util was really nice to see. mibr, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tech's also answering on the other side. When they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for GE, this right here, Verno getting these two was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from mibr, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. mibr have literally nothing on this site. 2 players rotating over towards spawn, make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much noise, but they're positioned really well here for mibr to have a really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of push the issue too much. They know that mibr are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper and the conversion pass. The rocket not really converting on anything. And we're still in a 5-on-5. Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE, who are all playing inside of the site. Auto up close, able to convert on at least 2, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for mibr.
That's crazy from mibr. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over. Still a little bit scary. That was a little bit sloppy of a retake, getting picked off when they're running through the smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions, lining up a little bit. It was a little bit scary, but again, mibr winning out with the power of their frags. And now on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of Autumn.
It's a big round for mibr to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through from Aspas straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the blades.
That was scary. That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one, trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want to go. Looking like they want to end towards this A here, but a little Prowler not going to get any info. Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information for them because Mizzino has all of Tree, and 3 players now on this A site, ready to keep it, fight for it, make sure they don't get on.
Yeah, Verno on that C info line is fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the mix with the Outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex here. That's a spike drop. Neural Theft is invested there, and Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it outright. That's 3 in a row now for mibr.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary. But then also when he's on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick, his timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from mibr, it's been so good all game so far. Feels like they're almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering, what do they need to do? So far, MIBR, they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had success on getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite messy and drawn out, unfortunately. Neither one of these teams really getting the clean execution that they're looking for, and MIBR always coming ahead in those situations. So this is not a particularly easy pause to take as GE, because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. Trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead now.
Yep, another operator online for Aspas this time. Bought to him by Verno, and they're going to do another C's nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in. He might get caught by those nades, and Zakin gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint shells. Mazzino just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the C's nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected, but that is a cracker of a shot from Crystal. GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazzino alone on this A site, but Tex to join him. The baby door being held to here by Zakin, and Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to end towards A. Tex with a beautiful flank, and Verno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's just won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing. Always just valuing his life and waiting in the wings, knowing that his Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal, since his transition over to this Sentinel role, his mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances individually in the past.
Their fears
but that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Aspas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Tex is here just spamming. Full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE. So Tex is just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can. And now information gathered from Mazzino. They're going to know that there's players towards the A site.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause before completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless from MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Aspas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching it up, this setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew, because 2 players here for the first time from GE.
Crystal given a stern warning there, down to 4 HP, and Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Out by the Prowler there from Mazzino. Patman pushed away. Verno continually just has this C info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers, and once again, GE given A rubble control, because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Tex is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful, because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for mibr to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs so many times. Spamming away, they'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is Zekken. The trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizing off the back of that. Patman's dead inside of the door.
Spike down.
And Zekken not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Udatan, and that is an easy 3K for Zekken. How many rounds have they just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate in time. And every single time, they're just punishing GE using the Seize nade combo at the best of times from mibr. It feels like they've really got a definite good read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players from mibr here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekken and Ospas. Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned into a spike plant. I see that, but Zekken's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough. Ospas! Patman! What is going on? Ospas in the smoke with the shorty.
Oh, man. I mean, again, GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C site, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with. Zekken diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the C site. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of mibr. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh like that.
You don't like my villain laugh?
That's too much.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from mibr, they're set up towards A. Again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekken using the nades with the Waylay combo. That was insane, and another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi sticking that insane. And now all these trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute. Tex punishing Udo. But the trade with that rocket.
Comes to Steel Garden. Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's able to deal with Patman, and it's a 10-2 half for mibr. Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
Switching sides.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here for mibr. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a rock for this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for playing that Senti role. His lurks have been insane. He's constantly been really good with those rotates, as we can see on this map specifically. He's always in the right place on the right time. And now I'm kind of excited to see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk, how he's going to take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on mibr are scared to take their ones.
No, definitely not, and nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this roster, and now they've finally gotten the chance to grace the international stage. They are definitely not going to be taking that for granted. This has been a little bit of a demolition, unfortunately at the expense of Global Esports, who have got to try to get something rolling in the second half. Even if they don't win this map of Lotus, they definitely need to at least play for a little bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
If you're GE, what are you talking about in this halftime? What are you trying to do? Other than
me as
pistol?
a coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay guys, let's just go next.
You could say let's just go next. I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
That's valid. I mean, this is a struggle of a map for GE.
Guys, we're not playing mibr, we're playing X team that we always dominate in scrims. New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Ospas is in your face, refracting back, getting space. Zekken's throwing nades at you consistently at the perfect time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I understand. They're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is mibr's pick. Just be like, hey guys, listen, it's mibr's pick. Don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently, though. But Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for Global Esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. Try to keep them a little bit more focused. Smiles on the face of Autumn. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
But a pistol and a couple of rounds can really, change a man's perception.
Starting into this pistol now. Kind of a must-win for GE if they want to kind of give themselves some sort of rounds to work with and not allowing MIBR to run away with it. MIBR, though, starting towards 3B. The mound info is going to be taken by GE. That Prowler is going to push them all the way back, and that pressure is going to pull a rotate. Osboss already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at not giving them one. But late now, Zekin gets that pick. The door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osboss for standing out in the open. And now all of a sudden, they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE, though. Just one player on this A site by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do, and he's completely surrounded. Sheerwall at least keeping A main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers' spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site, boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left, and at least is able to take 2 with him.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one. And Verno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and 2 of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin. And that is just insult to injury for Global Esports. 11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That is just perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. Looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open, and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like, that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do, and they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on for a moment, but Aspas with a quick reply. Unitarm on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there. And MIBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A site, and at least the waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard. The door's going to get tapped. That pressure's going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peeks. Patman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly, getting 2, and now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's gonna win this round as well. Really good try by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs even in the first half, but mibr have come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE. See what they can come up with. It is a glass cannon outlaw, a handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor, and Harvey deals with that prowler over on the C side of the map. mibr have taken some space over there.
Lots of C-mount pressure. But they're walking into Javi. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lyrics. And now so much information has gone, but they're going to try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good from mibr. Ozpos getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden, 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitard has got his work cut out for him here. Will have to announce his presence by opening up the door, and mibr are already set up nicely. Tex sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitard really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey. He's dodged. Berno was playing his time in the door, and Tex will get it done. It was only really a matter of time, let's be honest. A fantastic opener here for mibr at EWC.
Yeah, what a way to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about when it comes to firepower. So many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly, they feel like it. They feel like they're going to win those fights, and they did. Really well played by mibr. GE, they really tried to climb back into it, but I just was not convinced.
I mean, there was a couple of almost rounds. I think there was a lot of those rounds where things go kind of down into these messy XVX situations, but unfortunately, when one team wins all of the clutches, all of the post plants, they're usually going to win the game, Puckett.
You nailed it. I asked who was going to be the first to 8 rounds. Should have asked, would you see more than 3 round wins for Global? Somewhere there is a very frosty smile out there, as there seems to be some issues in terms of where we want to go as a squad. Honestly, is this a problem with a new roster, or is this a problem with just a bad map for them? How has it been in Pacific for them historically?
I mean, you were kind of already having your questions here.
Yeah.
This is yet another comp change. 4 times in a row the last 3 months they've played Lotus. They've tried to change their comp, and this one didn't really look like it was much better for them, as opposed to on the side of mibr. You leave Lotus in the pool. They looked fantastic on it, and unfortunately that was the end of Global Esports for the first match.
So on the coaching topic, do we credit mibr for doing the scouting and knowing that your opponent has never won on Lotus?
I feel like for me, when I'm looking at mibr, they changed from Neon and Raze to Waylay and Raze. So I think they've actually just worked a lot on their comp, worked a lot on their Lotus in general, because they have had success on it, but they just brought out some extra guns to throw GE off, maybe knowing that GE was going to let that Lotus slide. I think a little bit of anti-stratting, but majority of this just looked like a scramble. It didn't look like there was that much thought put into those mid rounds. It just felt like they knew what was happening because they had so much information across the map.
Taking a look back at the biggest plays here, Pilsky, go ahead and walk me through what you witnessed.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of mibr highlights. There might be a reason for that. I don't really need to spell it out for anyone. I think for GE, though, another comp change on this map doesn't really come together. mibr probably smelling blood in the water. I think if I was a coach going up against an opponent that had changed their comp on a map, that indicates some degree of weakness. I don't think that necessarily is the case for GE. Yes, of course, Lotus has not been going well for them, but it is just kind of how they play as a team, especially with Cross previously at the head of the coaching staff. He does love to just switch things up, map to map to map.
Across our first 6 maps, I feel like we've seen 3 Vice losses. Is this a weak agent or just in bad comps right now? I haven't really had to play as Vice myself personally, so what's going on here, Athena?
I don't think it's a weak agent. I think Vice in general, the wall, it's so much really good passive information that you could kind of trade one-to-one for a Cypher Cam. But I think right now what I'm seeing is just so many people know how to abuse that wall, how to bait it out almost every single time and kind of make it useless. So for me, I think maybe more creativity has to be played around Vice. I don't think that she's weak at all. I really like Vice as a Sen team.
As a former Rays man, I'm happy to see my favorite duelist in action on both sides of the ball. Yesterday, you told me that Jing was going to be a diamond.
Oh, okay.
Back when you had 2 grenades, by the way. But Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about your favorite duelist in this matchup. Is Rays Jet still at the comp to go with across all maps? Who do you expect to be seeing throughout this best of 3 if we get to a game 3? I assume we won't, based on what we've witnessed so far.
Oh, come on. Like, try and give them the map.
They got 2 rounds, bro. I'm just looking at stats.
Hey, it was mibr.los map pick.
And one of them, your Rays got you 4 kills, right? With explosions.
Yeah. Look, I think Rays Jet very strong on this map. The burst potential is very good, especially against the Vice. You just go up and over the top of the wall. You're having a pretty good day at the office. So I think that's why you're seeing a lot of that at the moment. But there are plenty of other duelists that are also quite serviceable as well. It really just depends on your style that you want to go for as a team and what personnel you have on your squad.
We want to thank you all for waking up early to watch your favorite game. It is Valorant here, week 0 of EWC. We're going to a break. When we come back, more from game 2. Great Phil.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
down, door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh, we're back live from Paris. Welcome in. It is day 2 of the group stages here for Valorant. We're jumping into Group C and D, and in our opening fight, mibr was able to strike first. Now it's time to find out, can Global Esports answer back? We welcome in our casters. We got Athena alongside Pilsky. And Pilsky, this is your team from the Pacific in Global Esports. You mentioned that they're having a bit of a roster change. It's not just the players on the stage, it is the coaches behind the scenes. They looked out-coached, out-planned, and blown out of the water in map 1, but now this is your map selection, right?
It is, yeah.
So where are we going?
Specific.
What's the move for Global here?
Play the game better. Don't get 32. You need to shoot back. Need a good plan. Because mibr is looking like the way better team. And I think it was kind of similar what we saw yesterday for RRQ as well. Like, honestly, these Pacific teams are kind of struggling a little bit when they come onto the international stage and not showing the same level of strength that they have done domestically. So this is where, I mean, when you get 13-2, a good coach is worth its weight in gold. Let's see what Platoon has got here.
Not only did we not see the execution on that map, you guys also highlighted your concerns around the composition, the roster building based on the agents. Athena, what do you want to see cleaned up as they're going into their map pick now?
Oh, I just need to see a lot of this pathing, a lot of the tradings being cleaned up for GE, because it's just so hard to watch when they have the right reads. Sometimes they're up numbers and they just lose it because of small things like not clearing corners. When they're taking that space, they're just not trading, not tradable positions. The pathing is weird. They're going the long way around. It just doesn't work out for me.
Let's talk about stars in this show, because after week 1, the bottom half of the competition is gone. The top half moves on into our playoff bracket. Who is the star on this stage who's caught your eye through one game? Just one player. Just one player.
In this game?
This game.
Wait, you want to say it together?
Oh, Tex.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was going to say Tex too. No, Tex played phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Tex, like, he didn't even necessarily do anything that impressive, but he just played his role perfectly. He switched up his Cypher utility. He never gave away his life needlessly. He was always in great positions. And I think, you know, he would just kind of wait in the wings, and then whenever Global Esports would go and actually kick off this side execute, he'd just get a 2K, the round would be over, and all of a sudden, you don't remember many of them, but he ended up topping the board and getting the most kills.
How much of that is due to him being American and America really succeeding right now?
Yeah, everything. I mean, it makes all the difference. I think he had the German flag or something on VLR at some point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's German, so that's awkward.
How are you German rocking the name Tex? Striking out on that one, my bad. So Tex is popping off. I thought second was the German, right? No? German Americans?
No, not close. But anyway, I agree. I think Tex has been phenomenal, and for me as well. I think he's been really good at being active as well. It's just one of those things that you missed on your giant list of reasons why Tex is insane and why he played so good. He was so active, too, at getting a lot of the map control around.
I had a fan blowing, made me look extra wide, so we're going to tighten up and get ready for this second game of the day. mibr is on match point. If they win this map, they are done for 2 days as they wait for the next round of competition. Athena, what do you got going?
I will say this, okay? Last map was mibr's pick, the Lotus. They've had historically a really good run. I think it's a little bit weird that GE let this go through, but it's fine because now we're moving on to Haven, which historically hasn't been mibr's best map. They've played this around 6 times and they've lost it 4 of those times. Only 2 wins, and even recently in Americas was the closest time that they played it, and they've switched up their comp from the last time that they played this. They had the Phoenix and the Jet last time, as well as the Chamber, but they've switched it up a little bit.
I think Waylay has a 0% win rate. Go ahead, dive in for me.
They can't play worse than last time, honestly. I'm looking at that Envy game personally. They definitely have got to do better.
We don't talk about that one.
No?
By the way. No, we don't talk about the mibr loss.
You can't get 13-1 by streamers.
No.
Like, that's illegal.
Oh. Anyway, what about
one
the
of them might be live right now.
What about the agent select, guys?
The agent select. That's honestly, I was so hyper focused on my point that I wasn't looking at what GE was playing. But we're gonna answer that question now. They are playing the Cypher Deadlock. This has been a comp that they've been playing for quite a while. They're 2 wins in a row on it. Over the top of Nongshim in the EWC qualifiers, doing quite well for themselves. That was a bit of a weird game. I remember casting that one. But they also beat Shilai over at London, which is not too bad of a run for them, because I remember watching Happy Way run around like a demon on this map. So beating him must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby. And goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down C long here, though.
So much information. Zekin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A site. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this 1v3, but I think they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way he can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. But MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2K for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward, looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site, and now MIBR are looking a little bit more comfortable.
2v3 here, coming out through Garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there. But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
Harvey having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR, so rotation comes back across for GE, who have spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a Sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down. Tex caught, pulling the pin out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so tentative for MIBR, not knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things, because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that Senti utility, taking their time to crack on into the sites. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. mibr now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
Not looking too good. 3-0. mibr winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick, and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the flank is also on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot, making Udo get 2. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the site, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed, and that's completely punished there by mibr, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on mibr, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Aspas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
True.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute. Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Unitime. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C site. mibr changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C, and it works a treat.
No pop execute. Instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zek and Aspas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing, though. There is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for mibr. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by mibr with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give me a little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have 2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno? Like 10-0
10-0 is insane.
That's kind of too much.
That's my ig.al right there.
Yeah, okay. GE back on the Sheriffs. Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site. Out comes the overdrive from Unitan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving mibr some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Hunter's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there, but with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done for mibr. I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round, using 2 ults to try to turn it around, the Soval and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out. After that, Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long by the dart. Mazzino full stun, still manages to get the pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot. Javi, knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap play potential that you have here, but the double Senti comp on defense, they really need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Yuta finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno, though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mizzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
A shot from Yuta. Little lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who is traded out by Patman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mizzino. Out comes the Annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that B site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long. Finally finds his man. Zekken last alive inside of that site. And Crystal does a good job clearing him out. Finally around here for GE on this defensive side. See how many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mizzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone, but the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Hobby actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekken trade onto Crystal, and all of a sudden, Mizzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Zekken up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site. Unfortunately, another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just making so much pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying. And the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A long, fighting the A lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back off. They heard the Mizzino up. They held Heaven. It just, everything just didn't, it just fell apart at the end.
That's every round in this series for GE.
Yeah, it keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s. There's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid round, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's
the facts.
That's the firepower, though, for me.
Yeah, to some degree. 100% MIBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site, usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it, trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE going for this mid fight, and mibr has read right into it. They're holding this mid, knowing that they're on this thrifty, only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
Yeah, double dash straight into the site, and that's about as easy as it gets there. Mazzino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for mibr here, and Verno 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like mibr are going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything. And honestly, if Mazzino didn't get it done, Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of unnecessary. Come on, guys. Can't do the guy from back home like that. Unfortunate.
Dude, the reaction timing on these guys right now is insane too. It feels like they're so ready for every single fight. The crosshair placement's absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a little bit of a weird buy round, a low buy, just trying to get something to support around that rifle that they saved that last round, but it's just not looking good.
Yeah.
Gun round here.
I mean, this will be a bit of a cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in Seoul and watching mibr play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for mibr. Quick split into C. Autumn going to get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back, and actually, the flood in is starting to go the way of GE. Mazzino dealt with trying to dive through the cage as well. Verno from downtown, though, and Tex on the back lines is starting to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Yuditan under pressure. Playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Platt. Scary fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the Spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable. And Udo getting that final pick onto Verno. Now that was a really good round from GE. The super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so...
Especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah. It gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. Okay, we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things. Let's go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. mibr just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazzino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down that Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch. If ever you needed one, GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side. Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekin over towards the bottom side of C long there. With the shocks coming out, the mibr lads will be very well aware of where Javi is coming from over here on spawn side. Hasn't tapped the spike yet. Drone to work with, but not really the kind of clear path for that to be used at this point. Out comes the shock. Clears out the close corner, but neither of mibr are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that, unfortunately, Javi is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. trying to bait out the peak from mibr, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekken is the one to close it for mibr. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. One more round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by mibr. They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of mibr.
Again, it's Autumn and Udaton up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site, and they are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for mibr. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Glass Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2, double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3 for Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally so far in this series. No. It's close to that. It's close,
It feels like it.
That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh, man. You guys didn't believe me earlier when I said mibr could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think, yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls, too, have been really good. I'm really, really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is, and the way that mibr is still avoiding and calling. Clearly, they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it, because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti. The Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for mibr. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw KRX take on this GE squad earlier on in Pacific. They were able to use Jet really, really well to just avoid all of the double senti util, and I think you see mibr do the exact same thing here to GE, unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit, you know? Okay. Like, jump on the mibr train with me.
Need a green card.
Oh, this is rough. I think for GE, like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here. A tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Right? Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, mibr likes to push a lot. And maybe with the double senti, they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C-split here. Aspas is going to be on the site with Zekken. Tex hears all this information. Zekken going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Aspas manages to get one. Zekken gets another, but 2 trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekken gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this one. V2 is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Verno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of mibr giving him a lot of help as well. think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment, they are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Unitard, but he's got just not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who's kind of waiting in the back of the site. All he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up. 12-2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to TP back into site, get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unitard had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into B. Unfortunately. So that's how it be. That's how it be here.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We were talking about Mazzino just being so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now, 12-2. Like you said, we might see that same scoreline.
Fract active for second. Creeping up on the line. Easy opener onto Yuditan. And the going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Second and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves, or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up. A-Long. Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian. Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here, because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against Double Senti. Like the double pick. Great spacing and entries in from GE. I give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier, as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all three players for MIBR. And Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up. And Aspas finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity and they took it. Verno being left alone, knowing he couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going, overextending, playing too needy. Like, they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they could get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Go, go, go.
Yuditan having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shock Dart.
These players taking sight with a vengeance. That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen. And now MIBR in this 5v5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that back side. The TP comes in. Catman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Osbos are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3, and no win for him. Mazzino with the final pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here for MIBR.
That is just back-to-back stomps here. MIBR coming into EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see exactly why they were able to run over the Americas qualifier. Doing very well for themselves, and unfortunately, Another flat performance from a team coming out of Pacific here into EWC. I think that last round is kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at.
Yep.
They get into a 5-on-5 post plan, all of the Sentinel utility down, and MIBR just retake with 4 players alive.
Insane, actually insane in MIBR, just proving themselves. They're more than just a super team. Every single player knows how to play together really well, which is the one thing that I feel like MIBR was missing for a long time. Verno, really good IGLing here, making sure his team is staying consistent, and they're still active in the server.
Is Verno always this greedy, calling strategies so he can go 21-4?
No, he just does that naturally.
He just does it on the Sova on a regular basis.
Yep.
It looked easy for MIBR. Is this simply a skill difference? Is it a coaching difference, a team difference? Pilsky, there's a lot that goes into Valorant for someone who's newer trying to follow everything. How would you break it down in the simplest form?
This is like your ranked game where you're trying to rank up and you're playing against like Radiance and you're like, you know, Ascendant or something like that.
You're trying to get there.
You're just having a tough day at the office. Unfortunately, GE, we know their skill ceiling. They're a fantastic team at the best of times, but today just wasn't it. MIBR were a much better team, and at the end of the day, they played like it. Both of these maps were complete landslides in their favor, and you can't really argue with the star power on the side of MIBR. GE, unfortunately, just not really showing up to this one, and they'll have to go down into that lower bracket and pick themselves up, much like RRQ.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, too. Not a single player on MIBR went negative throughout this series. They all ended this series positive. Everyone, Tex +2, Mazzino +6, Zekin +10. You have Ospas with the +16, and of course, Verno with the +25.
Athena, you didn't see this coming when the opponent put up 6 rounds? 6 rounds.
Listen, sometimes there's one player going crazy, there's
True.
2 players going crazy, the rest of the team is just following up, enabling that player. But this time, it feels like every single player had a standout round. Their role was really, really done well. Tex with his lurks, his timings have been insane. The rotates on the defensive side, every single player was doing well.
It just looked to me like when MIBR was winning rounds, they were doing it cleanly. They're not dropping a lot of players. Economy was fully in their control. Were there a lot of clutch opportunities that maybe GE can look forward to in the future, or do you have steps to take before you can even get there?
I mean, a lot of the rounds were close. They were down to 2v2s, 3v3s. So GE, they just need to clean up those scenarios, making sure the team synergy is there in those situations, and as well, just making sure mechanically they're on top of it, they're warm, because it felt like when we were watching, they lost those scenarios just based off of aim, essentially.
First 2 games without their coach Frost. Platoon is now the man in charge, and he's got his first 6 round wins, but his first 2 map losses. You still have time, though, as GE is not out of the competition. They are going to go down to that elimination bracket. For now, though, we know our winners are moving on to the qualifier match for our playoffs, and we have an interview ready on the floor. Let's send it down.
You're live, Admiral.
Thanks, guys. I'm on stage with Aspas here. Congratulations on winning, man. That game scene, probably a little more simple, a little bit easier than you expected. How'd you feel about the performance?
Felt really good. Was nice playing international stage again. We played really well as a team. We practiced a lot, and we could show what we are practicing.
Talk to me a little bit about the preparation coming into this event. Your qualification was really smooth. You beat Lev 3-0. How'd that go for you, and how's the preparation been so far?
I think things are going very smoothly. We are doing a lot of stuff outside of the game, so outside of stage, and we are doing a lot of preparations, and everything worked out fine, and we could show everything that we are practicing.
You talked about it already, but this is the first international for MIBR this year. You didn't qualify to EWC last year, so this is your first time at EWC. What kind of expectations do you and MIBR have for this event?
We're gonna do our best. We're gonna take a game at a time, so we're gonna focus on just the match that we have at the moment, and what happens next, we're gonna think about it when we have to deal with it.
Amazing stuff. Well, congratulations once again for your victory. See you for your next game. Puckett, back to you guys.
Missed opportunity there to ask about the stuffies. You saw Aspas had both of them The man takes them wherever he goes here in Paris. They're looking like good luck charms. So far, it's a clean start to your tournament. Expectations from here on out, because there's still plenty of matches to play in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to move on in the group. I don't think that the A-Stream game is
still going on.
Yeah, but Heretics is at least up 1-0. And honestly, with how mibr is looking, I don't think they're going to have trouble with anybody in this group. They should just cruise straight through to playoffs. And Global have got a lot of work to do in that lower bracket.
All I'm going to say is, I told you. I told you so.
Did she?
I did.
Chat fact checker. We are going to wrap things up here for this matchup on the stage as we throw to break. Reminder, our next match coming up is going to be a doozy. We switch over to Group C with the Gentlemates taking the stage after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The Esports World Cup continues right now. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Puckett. We've got a lot of noise in this venue, and for good reason. Fantastic competition has been heating up throughout the group stages, and it's time to reveal the final group. We've got two new casters for this one. Avril alongside Athena. Avril, I want to start with you as we take a look at our teams. XLG coming out of China. Of course, Shilai Gaming. On the other side, you have Gentlemates of French org. Who do you think has more fans watching right now?
It's got to be the French team because we are in France. I have to imagine that if Gentlemates end up going through, just like we see from, the KC backing and also Vitality, the French fans are going to go crazy.
Now, I don't know if the audience at home can hear the marching band, but we're getting ready for the opening ceremony here at EWC. This is just week 0, and this is a qualifier week. So, Athena, you got to win 2 matches to get into that top 8 playoff bracket, right? That's what everyone is here for on week number 1. As we take a look at Group C, who are the favorites in this group? I've got G2, Gentlemates, XLG, and, of course, Nongshim, who will be playing over on our Alpha stream against G2.
This is kind of hard. I usually side with G2 because I'm an America's girly, but I'm also looking at Nongshim. I'm looking at them to have their redemption arc. Yes, to figure out what's going on with their team, especially when you're looking at Damvion, not the Neon for some reason.
No, I think he's going to be sold. I am sold because I got cope for Nongshim as well. I got some heavy Nongshim cope. I'm like pseudo Pacific at this stage. I hang out with Pilsky enough. I'll just swing my way in there. The thing here is Pacific is kind of underperforming this tournament so far. I think Nongshim might be that last hope, perhaps. Dummy, I think he's going to go back on the Neon for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I don't think Global Esports is your real hope in Group D. Let's take a look, though, at our Group C competitors and what we expect to see from them. Both teams looking very good in their qualifiers. The 3-0 run for XLG. On the other side, a 2-0 run for Gentlemates as they drop just 2 maps. Who are the star players, though, on both sides of the fight for this one? Athena, I want to start with you. Who are you excited to see take the stage tonight?
You have to talk about Martin on Gentlemates. The guy's been insane literally all stage long. Literally in Globals, even when they're losing their games, he's still phenomenal. He's so consistent on fragging out, being that duelist, just being absolutely insane. And the other player I have to shout out to is Mini, only because now he's on that duelist as well. Yeah.
I mean, they're the role swap, right? Bippo and Mini, not that long ago, end up swapping between Sentinel and Duelist. On the Shilai Gaming side of things, though, I'm looking over towards a couple of players here. I will name, obviously, the Duelist of Raga. He's definitely one to watch out for, but I felt like at last EWC, he didn't really get to show up. The player that did show up big for me and has been showing up all year long for this XLG squad is Happyway on the Sentinel. I think he's a star on this team. I think, personally, might be the best player on XLG.
I love that you guys called out the 2 players with the most fun names to commentate. Martin, of course, we will hear Athena screaming in the 1v1s. Let's get into our agent selection, though, as our players are getting ready for this matchup. We're stalling a little bit as we're waiting on one player, I'm told. So while we're getting ready for this one, talk to me about where they've had success in the qualifiers to get to this point. Athena, what maps are you looking at, and which agents do you expect to be seeing on them?
Dude, Gentlemates actually surprised everyone in EMEA because they beat Foot in the final game to qualify 3. And the reason that they surprised everyone was because Foot actually had made it to Masters London, came back and couldn't finish it off. And it was just insane to see how Foot, the number 3 seed from EMEA, had dropped to Gentlemates, who barely scraped by groups.
We've got our maps up and running here on our third monitor. So walk me through the Breeze and Lotus picks. Why are those our first 2?
Dude, tell me why XLG picked Breeze, because I have my own opinions.
Breeze is an interesting one because I feel like Gentlemates have banned this one a lot in the past, but Sunset's been banned out nice and early here. I think teams maybe still not quite comfortable bringing that one back to the mix. Lotus going first to Shilai, they like to play that one a lot. No surprise, you'll see a lot of the old XLG games coming into this at London as well. Plenty of Lotus in there, and they're also a team that, by the way, I think they're pretty likely to bring out the potential of a triple Senti on that map.
Honestly, I think this is a really Shilai-sided map, Vito. Like, I'm genuinely surprised. Like you said, the Breeze, Gentlemates has been perma-banning that for so long. Now they've let it through. Do they have some sort of comp change? Do they have an idea? Haven being on there, I think it's kind of insane because Shilai just won that against EDG in their BO5 against them. So it's kind of insane. I'm kind of scrambling for Gentlemates here because I really thought they were going to be on top, but after this map, Vito, I have no clue.
Yeah, Breeze and Lotus seem to be our players' favorites if you've been watching the first 2 days of action here in group stages. One thing I'm a bit surprised surprise, though, is to see Breeze make it through, knowing XLG won it 3 times in all 3 of their qualifier matches, right? They let this map go through. This was their go-to. As we take a look at XLG, we've got the 4 Chinese players and the Russian stud. Walk me through it. Avril, who are you watching in this fight?
Yeah, I sort of mentioned here, Happy Way and Raga, to me, are the big players. No Man still is one of the retained players from last year as well, so he's got a lot of veterancy on this squad. The best news for XLG is last year they had to play with Havoya, their coach, who's still with us, by the way, but he's not having to be the guy playing on the roster for EWC. EDG somehow landed that curse with having to have a coach come in for the team. But XLG, they've been kind of playing second fiddle against EDG in China for so long. This might be their opportunity to like swing one by, get past EDG, and make it out of this group, and maybe EDG don't make it out of the other group. I mean, that would be huge for XLG.
That would be a crazy timeline if EDG don't make it out and Shilai do, because that would be cursed, actually. That would be kind of cursed for the China region.
On the other side of this fight, of course, we have the Gentlemates, and this is truly a European mixed roster. We've got 2 players from the Czech Republic. We've got a Polish player on the lineup as well. Athena, who are your stars to look at tonight, though, as we now know the maps will be Breeze and Lotus before Haven Map 3?
I think we have to look at Martina and Mini still. It's not going to be
just those 2 still. Doesn't matter on the map.
Obviously, everyone. But I think for Breeze, your double duelists, if they are choosing to run that, we have no clue what their comp is going to look like. Because again, this was their permaban. I'm hoping they've implemented some sort of strats. And of course, the biggest change they've had is Mini and Bibbo switching. Mini being on that duelist role. Maybe they've come up with some crazy set plays, some trap plays on that Breeze. Maybe the aggression is finally there for Gentlemates in order to actually support and follow up with Martine's insane fragging skills.
And I got to ask real quick, we have 1 player on that stage with frosted tips. In fact, it's just 1 frosted tip. I highlighted the Americans yesterday when they bleached the front of their head. Now my man in the front seat here for the Gentlemates. Closest to us, Athena, who's now blocked. I am.
Be honest.
I think he's going to be my player to watch because we called it on day 1. They popped off. Will they do it here on day 2? It's Starzo, right? That is your player we expect to pop?
Yes, Starzo, the ag.al. He's been doing
the veteran.
The veteran on this roster. But actually, I want to talk about the agents. Sorry, Puckett. I need to steer away from the frosted tips because we're looking at this Breeze. On one side, I'm seeing the double duelist, but that time with the Neon. And then we're also seeing the Phoenix on the side of Shilai. I think this makes a lot of sense. But what's kind of crazy to me is actually Martine is on the Neon and not Mini.
We're changing things up a little bit here. Like we said, haven't really seen what Breeze for Gentlemates looks like. They've been hiding it away, and, you know, some could seem it as a potential weakness where, like, okay, this has been their permaban. They don't want to go to this map, but we've seen in the past as well, finally a team gets to play their permaban. They've hidden it away for so long. They've cooked up something, and other teams have no read on their opposition.
It's always really scary when the permaban doesn't get banned, and you know it's going through some sort of wild card, because, again, you also don't have any tape of them playing on this map. You don't know how they're going to play, what their play style is, what they kind of prioritize, especially when you're thinking of the key rounds like pistols and those anti-ecos, those thrifties that they run. So I'm really interested to see how this goes. For me, though, Puckett,
it's about the frosted tips. Let's keep it a buck.
Because of the frosted tips, I think Gentlemates is...
Gentlemates got that swagger. They've got the French fan base. They are playing in Paris, France. The hometown crowd getting behind their team outside the doors. It's time to get into map number 1 as we head to Breeze with Avril and Athena on the mic.
Thank you so much, Puckett. Map 1 here at Shilai Gaming. Gentlemates on that defense first and foremost. Our first time taking a look at Gentlemates on this map in the entire year. I think I can't even remember when the last time they actually managed to play a Breeze was, but not in recent history. So XLG will have to figure our way through this one. But like you sort of said here as well, I do think that overall, especially with the Lotus in there, and if the permaban ends up being a pretty bad one for Gentlemates, it could be a quick 2-0. But otherwise, I mean, if we get to Haven, that's a map that has been kind of a bad win rate for XLG, if I'm honest.
I mean, it's been bad, but they just won it against EDG, which is insane to me. Like, I think that, for me, just kind of just cementing it. Yes, they're playing in the same region. Maybe they have a little bit more tape on EDG, and that's why they ended up winning it out. Lots of anti-stratting that could be going on. But I think it's still insane because EDG themselves are just absolutely phenomenal in their gameplay. We've seen so much firepower when you're looking at those players. And it just blows my mind a little bit that this veto has gone through. I feel like I'm so lost when I'm considering how Gentlemates has approached this, because I don't see kind of anything other than, yes, they might have a wild card on the Breeze, but letting Haven go through as well when they haven't really been crazy on it. I mean, Gentlemates, the last time they played Haven was against Foot. They did win it in overtime, but still it was a scary map.
I mean, they really wanted to prioritize Fracture as the ban. Gentlemates had the option to actually take away the Breeze. They decided the Fracture was more important to them. XLG were the ones that took away Sunset, so kind of left it open, left it on the table to say, you want Breeze, you don't want Breeze, take your pick.
True. Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy, but I'm really excited to see what they've cooked up in the server, at least for Gentlemate's side. Now, talking a little bit more about Shilai, I'm really, really wondering, because when they went to the Global, right, they beat DRG, they beat GE, Global Esports, and then they beat G2.
Exactly.
Which G2, they've kind of been known now to struggle in the Globals. They've been known to not perform, to not put up the numbers. So that's still a little bit interesting for me, because it makes me curious on how XLG can perform like that. And the only games they ended up losing were EDG, which regional advantage. They have the tape on everything. And then they lost to Lev as well, Leviathan, who ended up winning the whole thing. So I feel like we didn't really see XLG go very tested for the middle ranks of those teams.
XLG are a weird one to me. I feel like this team has a ton of potential, but internationally they've been kind of, do I say kind of middling, but China overall, outside of EDG winning champs, is just, the rest of China just feels like it's EDG and everyone else. XLG need to come in and prove that everyone else is damn good as well, and that includes second seed coming through from China in XLG. Tech pause done. Round one, and to start out soon.
Little pistol here, looking like XLG is going to be starting towards that A side, using the dart to get some sort of info here, but Mate's actually getting so much map control already in this elbow. Walk pushing.
Leo exploring as well. It's going to be droning out through, but this is going to be the opening happening over on the A side of things. No man already on site. A couple players there for the Gentlemates. Keeping things interesting around yellow. Do note the late activation from Leo to come through a little bit later. You talked about the mid control from Gentlemates. Should be coming through double doors now. There we go. First blood, Raga down. He gets his trade though. 1 for 1 so far in this now 4 versus 4 scenario. Still waiting for Leo to come on through. Double doors now entry from both Prox and Martin. But it's Happy Way trying his luck against Martin. Not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysol having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysol doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out. And it is. First round, Gentlemates.
Yeah, really good retake coming in. They were so ready with that flood. The fight towards mid as well, getting all that information towards B. Looks like a really nice start here for Gentlemates. Very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnantly, which used to be a problem of theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martin, leading the charge, able to get onto site. It looks really good for them. And for Shilai, I mean, what can you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now, guns on the board for Gentlemates and Shilai. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs with these sheriffs, or with these pistols here on the side of A main.
Now, Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Shilai Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently to see if maybe somebody from Gentlemates wants to walk on through into shops. There we go. Flash on in. 4 members have already approached, but Mini just makes short work of the defense so far. Lysol will respond with 1 into Star, so the rest of the Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually. Happaway also fell in the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers here for XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here. Big shot from Raga. Secondary available. Doesn't quite get the third, but puts himself in a great position and maybe gets the work done with Lysor. But if he stole the rifle there?
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as I talk about Gentlemates knowing what they want to do, they struggle on that retake. The flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going in 1 by 1, not clearing those close angles. It's kind of detrimental for them.
That was it a 3v5, I believe? Yeah, it was. Start of the 3v5, and you see Raga getting these 2 disgusting shots. Martin, obviously behind the smoke. But the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up, and Lysor really makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close angle, just holding, waiting for some sort of contact play. They're not going to get anything soon, though, because XLG doing a good job, playing passive the way that they usually like to, playing that slow, defaulty setup. They know they don't want to do anything way too aggressive. But set up in nest here, giving up that full A for retake. Really nice stuff so far from XLG to not overextend.
See Sheila even pinging over towards Belt. They sent a recon in that direction, a little bit concerned about trap setups coming through from Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B. XLG fancy themselves 3 entries onto A. They'll find a clean site here. Full retakes now for Gentlemates on A. As Bippo will be the one to find out the bad news in short order here, but still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down. Mates, they know something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this B, but obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that flank, making sure they're taking over 3 angles on this retake. Mini here with Martine grouped up, going towards that flank, and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down would be ideal, but minimum here, I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to it if nothing else happens. So let's just see if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Sheila know that double doors is not going to be clean, Starso activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills, not going to lie to you. Only Happy Way and No Man walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now for Sheila, they're going to have to figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons or just make sure that they're using their bonus to the best of its abilities. They kept those 2 rifles. This was nice, just sitting, being patient here for Gentlemates, abusing the fact that Leo's just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit for XLG, though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up. They could have exited as 5, and that would have covered their bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here, though, for Sheila, it looks like.
Fast A main. Stars are on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. And well, Gentlemates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starso can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martine and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but they have all of back sight here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is, though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's going to get contact, and they're going to push back onto site.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No Man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Gentlemates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those 2 flankers to get anything done. Hiding in the sands, and the sands of time will tick down for a 3rd round victory for XLG.
Gentlemates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your 2 players flank. Just haven't even applied any pressure yet. They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up there, needed to be able to crunch down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires. That retake was almost really good. They well positioned themselves. But that was just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Gentlemates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A 2nd round. Explosivity with Raga with a double. Into Lysor with his own double. XLG, 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Gentlemates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to find that orb, maybe on Raga one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova ult on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martine still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough. It's Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Happyway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out Undersweep, but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got Happyway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga Still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away towards that B site. He has potential here to get that spike planted, to get that spike down onto site. To these players here from Gentlemates still clearing. They are going to be able to pick up some weapons though once they realize that the site is clear, which is really good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Marg on the 72 HP.
30 seconds
he's
left.
20 HP. Little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up towards that B.
Do note as well, Bippo's also only got the light armor here, which allows Raga to get that one shot. As obviously now, Gentlemates, seeing that A is clear, it's an obvious B plant. Raga has no util to work with. Rox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. Those shots connected by Raga. Bippo instantly taking him down. It looks like Raga didn't even bother to hide away. Sort of just plants and holds position right next to the spike.
Yeah, trying to go for one, trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Gentlemates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, I mean, so back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds, every single time the trades just aren't there. Or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle. And Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they were able to delay for so long, getting those 2 picks onto site.
Martin as well, he got cleared so slowly that he was able to get a trade. I believe he dropped in his stun as well for the relay bolt. How many times in a row do you want to go on a XLG, say 6 in a row? This time now going to be a little bit more difficult. That's a really nice bit of util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury, though, going to be trying to find its mark. It's WS Leo getting that one done, but no hits connected. Martin will get the cleanup here, and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what, Gentlemate says? We're close today, sir.
Gentlemates knowing and being tired of Sheila just constantly taking that A main orb. They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gotten that space every single time, and they've chosen to contest it. Even with that Sova ult from the side of Sheila, it didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting it. They continued to push forward, continued to get that info, and I think it was really well played. But now we're looking at this buy here. Sheila, everyone has rifles, but there is knives on the side of Nomad as well as a Stinger, so nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking for an op here so he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Gentlemates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Gentlemates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Gentlemates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation. Happyway's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site's going to be Nomad. Knives out as mentioned. Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much because they have a really good retake plan. At least we hope so for Gentlemates. 5v5, full site has been taken. Ooh. And Nomad instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes. Still have a late player in Mini to try and challenge for double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill, 2 members left for both of these sides. Raga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well. Has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage. But it's Raga, post runner back with 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K. It's a really good reason why he switched back onto that Sentient off of that Duelist. It feels like he's got that really good positioning and he's able to take a lot of those 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila just winning it out because Raga having a phenomenal clutch there. 4K. It was a 2v2, but it didn't matter. He didn't need any help.
We talked about storylines coming into this one with, particularly for me at least, the last EWC for XLG. Raga didn't really do too much. It was Happyway that had the majority. Happyway is just content with not having to do so much in this early half so far as it's Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B. Finally, we're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happyway, but the plant's going to come on through.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentlemates, but this time they have numbers. A drone coming in, and it's such a bad timing. Nomad getting the pick finds the stars out, another onto Martin. And now, Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
No man is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentlemates, just down to one for now. Bippo, can we find some magic in the 1v3? Got a double kill on that last retake, and now he's going to say, money not looking great, chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
That was crazy. I mean, mates, they gambled that round. Mini taking the operator towards that elbow this time. They're trying to get that information. They put the Viper's pit down in a main. They gambled so much. They knew that they would be able to delay for long enough, tried to get the early information, but they just didn't push far enough down that elbow. They were a little bit too scared to overextend. And because of that, Shilai, they had so much space to just go into B main. And what I really like here is Shilai, I feel like before they were kind of more well known for their defaults, playing it a little bit slow. But it's interesting because they've picked Breeze into Gentlemates, and they're also just doing these executes. So I think they're really on this kind of mindset of, I don't care what they do. I don't care that they haven't banned this map. We're just going to do our executes, play our playbook, and it's working out really well for them.
And they're usually just sort of going in, executing, committing to the site.
Go, go, go!
And it's win or lose there, as we saw even on previous rounds where XLG wanted to fight for the A orb, and they'll die there if they have to. No backing out at all. But this time around, it's XLG going all the way up mid. And mates should know that they've completely lost mid control here. Tunnels is open. Many looking for that angle. Doesn't quite land the shot. No man. We're going to lick a damage over towards him though.
Slow default once again. Trying to get any information here. No man just constantly peeking, being annoying towards that Tons, but he's going to hear that nothing is really contesting him here. Able to walk up and down towards that mid doors, and it looks like they're grouping to another A execute once again. But Martin actually getting the pick onto Lysor.
Yeah, mid to A, I should have said that. The letters mixed up, but one play does go down in terms of Lysor. Raga, though, once again, really showing his worth here. Leo, and no man gone at this point, so Gentlemates is starting to pick up the pace here a little bit. No one left. Raga doesn't even get secondary there. They wanted to make their way on towards A, losing a player super fast. Here's XLG. Ended up being the mid to B, that mid to A rather, that was perhaps a little too slow for them.
Yeah, I think Martin overstayed his welcome towards that mid. He had so much space. Then he just walked back and got peeked for free. So, kind of crazy. I meant No Man, sorry, not Martin. But just overextending, keeping that space for way too long. They just got punished.
I think XLG maybe thought they had more successfully solved the B fake than they actually did.
Yeah.
Belt now being taken by Gentlemates.
Poison's off.
We're moving up into mid a little bit, but once again going back over towards the orb, going back over towards the shop.
And again, Gentlemates have gambled towards this elbow, trying to get info, but they're not going to hear anything, and they're going to have an inkling it's towards that A.
Patience here as his drones coming through. You should know it's going to be A at this point, though. Happy Way does have an angle. He's going to clean a shot. He gets both of them. In fact, the No Man on the side itself with Bippo. Seems like Raga's got to run it back every couple of rounds, and he's going to make his ability known to at least get his team onto site. And straight after the ultimate usage, will find a kill as well. Back over to A, where they found most of their success, and this time not going through mid. Straight at the guts and shops instead.
If I'm Gentlemates right now, we're taking a timeout. I think we just saw a glimpse of that on that screen, and I'm really talking about these setups, these defensive setups. They've been struggling the whole time in order to just gamble the right way, get that space. They know they're taking that A main a lot. Now they've started to give up mid. They're focusing a lot. This is the third time we've seen them fight for that elbow. One time they were actually towards that B main, didn't get punished. The other two times, nobody was there. It's just way too slow for me on the side of Gentlemates to get that information, to know where they're going to stack their defenses, because right now they're just too stagnant, staying in that so often and giving up the retake almost every single time. It's so hard when a team is good at post plans.
Should be a lot more of a better retake had two players not gone down to Happy Way. Even a 1-for-1 trade that would have been ideal. But just not quite clearing that pushed up angle that Happy Way had. Doors entry onto site would have helped a lot. And just so many, because Raga's had an incredible half so far. Multiple runner backs in this opening half to just really give them the opportunity to break onto site with full confidence. Whether he actually gets kills using the ultimate or not, the job gets done.
And now jumping back into another gun round here for both teams. A little bit light armor of Gentlemates. A little bit light on this by, as I say that, they've switched the Guardian and the Vandal over to Mini, which makes a lot of sense. They're setting up for, again, this elbow play that hasn't really gotten them that much value. But this might just be the round because 3 of these players here on Shilai, they're playing really passive, and I'm wondering if they think it's an eco.
Here we go. Possible contact, but not going to be a committal from Gentlemates through the elbow itself. But how about on this window on the B side? Proc senses something. He doesn't want to cross that angle. Calling over for a little bit of help here as well.
Go, go, go! Big rotate coming in from the side of Gentlemates, and it looks like Shilai Gaming, they're not really sure where they want to end either. Just kind of making noise, putting pressure anywhere, trying to see if there's any reaction from the side of Gentlemates. And I'm convinced that Shilai thinks that there is a thrifty going on. But they're going to group up towards A. And the actual rotate that's been made by Gentlemates to play that 2-2-1-2 towards mid might be beneficial because they're able to rotate into this A side a lot quicker. But it's just down to Bippo and Starzo to actually hold it down for long enough.
Okay, this is a very fast rotate. Look at the defense. Orb is going to get taken. That's going to give a little bit of time. Martin has arrived. Will that be enough? First scan coming on through. You got to know that this is for sure going to be the execute. No man caught by that scan as well, but so far still alive, still hanging out, still available for his team as rest of Gentlemates try and flood back in, but straight into the loving arms of Raga, who once more is just getting a lot of work done here. Spike planted down, Pit in there as well. 3 versus 3 now, 2 instead. As he takes down Bippo, and it's just Prox alive. He's only got a Guardian as well. Only 2 rounds left to play through, so you know your boy ain't saving, but he's got to run into the Lion's Den.
The winning condition this round for Shilai Gaming was getting onto that site, getting that Viper's Pit down, especially after getting the Viper's Pit online. Prox is out, saving that weapon. Makes a lot of sense because that winning condition is just so hard to beat. And again, Gentlemates just able to allow Shilai Gaming to get onto site almost every single time. We need to see the post-plant statistics for this because the spike has been down, I'm going to assume, almost every single round, if not all of them.
It's down a lot. I think a few of the rounds that it didn't go down included the A main hold with all the util dump defensively where they just completely crunched them in there. Of course, we had the round as well that ended over towards A where they were able to have a pretty successful Martin tucked away into a corner with Starso getting a number of kills. But beyond that, it's not too many memorable defensive rounds for Gentlemates.
And look at their economy right now. Kind of in shambles.
Prox has dropped over that 1 recovered weapon into Martin's hands as well, so you need to see this guy really bring the money to the table. This Fury just going to be ripped on through from Star, so that's early in the day. We'll get nothing out of that. Oh, this could be an interesting play, Mini. What does he feel about this one? Time is of the essence here, but he just doesn't land the shot. Bippo as well falls. That's going to be the round, I'm afraid. No money coming into this unless Martin goes absolutely dummy thick. This is going to be XLG 8-4. They got the plant, 2 left to play through. Anything left? Just Raga going down, losing his ultimate. And now the last player, Prox, has nothing really to do here. 4 still alive, and 4 is all that Gentlemates will get in terms of rounds.
This is exactly what I was worried about. When Gentlemates let their perma-ban map through, it's a struggle. You're obviously going to get a team that's eventually going to pick it, and it's clear they haven't gone over it that well. They're struggling, especially when they keep giving up these retakes. And for me, the big question here is, Shilai, they're doing the same thing over and over again towards the same aim. Yes, they're slowing it down sometimes. Yes, they're putting pressure somewhere else. But ultimately, they've ended A almost every single round at this point. And they haven't been punished for it. It's kind of insane to me that Gentlemates hasn't kept trying to push for the pressure towards that A main to shut down that chop shop. And it's just not working out for them. Shilai Gaming, if it's not broke, why fix it, right?
If you can hear the drums of victory sounding before us, might just be the victory march for Shilai Gaming on Breeze right now. Gentlemates, you better be open for a much better attacking side of things. They're, of course, running double duelists as well, waiting for those 2 duelists.
Yeah.
Martin at the forefront to lead the way for this team, but so far it's been a bit more of a quiet Breeze, and Starting to think why they decide to let this map on through.
Yeah, I'm really looking to see some sort of really good fights, especially towards the mains, especially towards the extremities. I feel like Gentlemates, they struggle to kind of assert themselves, make sure they're taking a lot of those 1v1s, because I feel like in terms of firepower, they definitely have it, especially when you're looking at those two duelists, like we said. So I'm just really interested to see how this pistol round plays out, because they're not out yet for Gentlemates. They win this pistol, they get that second round, maybe they lose bonus. All of a sudden, they're closed up the gap just a little bit, only 1 or 2 rounds in between, so they're not too worried about it. But again, that means that they have to be able to be playing together, and I feel like based on how they've been retaking, I don't really like the synergy and the kind of trading and spacing that they're having right now.
Type of rounds that have been coming through XLG as well. As a reminder, that second round straight away, winning on the eco. Gentlemates failing to capture that anti-eco to have a little bit of momentum going into their defensive side. Now we talked about this one, but their attack has to be far more impressive. A lot of catch up here. Pistol just about required as well. You wouldn't want to put Shilai on 10. Well, XLG walking down mid for the time being. Gentlemates poking and prodding over towards B. First up is going to be Leo to see if he can find anything on the way in. He doesn't get spotted. Calling over the troops slowly and surely with maybe a couple of XLG members wanting to go over towards attacker spawn.
Ooh, nice shot from Rarga. Happily going to get the pick onto Bippo. Mini, though, trading onto Rarga. And a beautiful shot again from this Viper onto Mini. 2 nice headshots. Martine going to get the pick onto Nomad. And now all of a sudden a 3v2. And these players are split up on the side of Gentlemates. Starzo manages to get 1. Can he get Lysor to get the second? Gets the paranoia off from Lysor. And now all of a sudden a 1v2 here. Martine jumping up, trying to get 1, delaying for a little bit, but Lysor shuts that down.
Yeah, no shot, unfortunately. Some really clean openings there. Happy Way, of course, added to the mix there. As you start to see where some of those X's were on the map. Very composed as XLG to have the patience to potentially wait for that flank coming through.
Yeah.
Indeed, they were rewarded for that. Raga even got caught in the sense that, like, okay, he got those kills. He only died because he was reloading.
I mean, the biggest thing for me is just the protocols for Shilai now. Being able to re-clear that mid, knowing that they have to do a full re-clear, even towards spawn, in order to get that retake started. And I think that made the biggest difference. Yep. Because if Bippo was allowed to stay alive there, it could have been detrimental to their retake.
Despite all of that, still have a couple of bikes here coming through with Gentlemates. In fact, let's talk about the fact that they're already onto site here as well. XLG not too far behind. First up, No Man gets one. Gets cleaned up, though, is a trade, but Martinez left on minimal HP. See if that one ends up being a bit of a problem a little bit later on. Mini recovers the Outlaw. Is he able to use that for anything? A slow-going retake so far that speeds up suddenly with Happy Way and Lysor making their marks. Bippo and Stars are the only ones still alive. Bippo's positioning now under threat, but he'll still find Lysor. Long range on that Sheriff. Stars are making this one interesting. Only 2 left for XLG now. By the way, this was a 2v4. Now just a 1 left as Bippo. Sheriff in hand, 35 HP. Doesn't have the plant. Has 2 plays in front of him. And he just can't get the shots. 2 more rounds for XLG. They get double digits.
Now it's starting to run away from them. They forced that round. Gentlemates, they couldn't finish it. Kind of crazy here. It's really interesting to see how this team is trying to figure out this map for XLG. They just look so good. I understand the fundamental, the beginning of it, trying to go fast, trying to get up close and personal. But it just doesn't work sometimes. And now 10-4. I mean, look at this. Starzo, 12 and 11, but at the bottom, Prox, he's 3. He only has 3 kills. We're looking at him to try to get online here because it's a struggle. And this Sheriff round, thrifty round here for mates.
Here we go. No Man. Sniper ready to go through. Still understand there's barely any money or armor on this side of Gentlemates. First shot is going to go wide, but Lysor will find his man. There's No Man and Raga looking like a team ace so far for XLG if they keep this one up. No Man, though. How about a 2-for-1 for a triple kill? 11 for XLG. Gentlemates, if there is anything left to do, Might be good for a timeout. You got some money finally to play with.
Yeah, they really need to figure out what they want to do this round. It's kind of scary looking at this team, especially when you're looking at the firepower from a player like Martin. We talked about Mini being up there too. And now all of a sudden they're just crumbling under the pressure. They got all 4 of those rounds in that first half. So split up, won that pistol, lost that second round. And now, first gun round, they're fighting towards the same main here for XLG, and they're actually going to meet mates.
Okay, well, it's a good morning to come on through, but see if the U-Tool ends up falling better for General Mates in just a moment. Lysol keeping to the other side, but does he have the opportunity? He's gotten himself out alive, trying to thread the needle through that smoke, but so far just catching nothing. Starstar eating a little bit of damage, and Lysol will eat the bullet to the face instead. A good couple of shots from Mini on 10 HP. Finally, it looks like General Mates are coming alive in this half.
Yeah, no one breaking that dart for Varga. He's stuck in that corner getting scanned, trying to get one. But it just was not looking good. And finally, General Mates, I like the way that their post plant is looking at least. They're going aggressive, taking that back site, dishing out exactly what XLG gave to them and making sure that they're showing them that they can play those post plants really well. All 5 rifles too as well saved for them. It's going to help them snowball, potentially get an operator online in 2 rounds for Mini. And No Man here saving that operator all the way towards that window. Happy Way actually going to get away with that Phantom as well, but no one here to contest him just yet. Everyone just playing it safe from General Mates.
2 players on General Mates got away on 10 HP as well. Probably copped a dink coming through from a Phantom. Didn't quite go down. That's 2 kills that I'm sure XLG would have liked to have had. But yeah, we talked about this earlier. Exchange so much util being played in. But the scan, as mentioned, onto Raga. Just unfortunately, doesn't allow him to do anything there.
Enemy kill. Yeah, those 2 picks from Mini as well. Being really nice. He sped up so quick to the point that Lysor was not ready for him. But now we're looking at that operator still from No Man. He's setting it up towards that mid. He might meet 2 of these players. And Starzo also has the Sova online, so definitely want to get their winning condition in getting that post plant down. And it looks like they're trying to do that towards that A little A split potentially. They're going to back off of mid for a little while, putting pressure towards that A main, wasting a lot of that util and using that neon wall.
I mean, they're throwing everything in there. This stage are out as well. Wait towards mid as well. Happy Way could be activating soon, but it's Lysol that cleans 2 members up. No possibility as General Mates just get locked out. Starso, last one standing. And he's got to play for something here. Gets the singular kill, but the number of rounds left to play is just so minimal. He's going to walk into the operator. No Man checking the angle. He doesn't want to let anything slip through. Okay. One more for Starso.
Revealing area.
He's got nowhere to go, honestly. They know exactly where he is. He'll cross, and a miss from No Man. No shot, unfortunately.
30 seconds on the clock. 3 of these players here not overextending still. Sheila, they've done so good in terms of discipline so far, and Starzo just trying to get out onto site, try to make something happen because you do not want to let it get to 12-5. They're able to buy next round, but it's still not enough. Trying to get that swing, but he's going to meet the operator. Another whiff from No Man, but Happy Way is there to clean it up.
Too many members to get on through. And you have to play for these rounds now. Too late in the day to still be saving, I'm afraid, and 12 now found. Onto a very comfortable map point for XLG.
That execute from General Mates being just a little bit questionable. This right here, that kill. Proc, sorry, just running out through that smoke. No one is able to come out. Your neon isn't even out yet. You're running out through that smoke. You're not clearing that close angle. It's just like so disconnected. It feels like it's not clean at all. A little bit sloppy, a little bit raw around the edges, and it's looking really rough. But Mini, he finally has an op online, but No Man's actually pushing towards his elbow.
They spotted No Man. He's got to get out of there. Doesn't land the shot again. Unfortunately, 0 for 3 in terms of the last 3 shots he's taken. The General Mates happy to get their player out alive in that scenario, but they also don't end up catching No Man. Will this be something found for Mini? No. If Happy Way is thinking about doing anything, which I don't think he is, he'll be content with just hanging out so far. Tucked away. Raga's just going to pop ult though. XLG looking through mid. It's going to be Hathaway hiding inside smoke. Mini down, but Hathaway cannot convert onto a secondary. Martin overdriving. No man down. 4 versus 3. Numbers looking good for Gentlemate's plant coming through. At long range, oh, the lightning isn't good enough. Leo will even up numbers, and you have a cheeky 1v1 as well. The Raga is not knowing of. We'll find out now. But on the other side, you still have Leo onto procs. Not enough for XLG to retain their play advantage. A bunch of 1v1s available, and Bippo gets it done. Lysor trying to clutch that 1v2. Won't even get a shot off.
I would love to see more rounds like that from Gentlemates, spotting the Opera, pushing them back once they get that whiff online. No man, he needs to hit those shots. But for Gentlemates, once that Opera pushed back, they just speed up right away. And I love to see that getting in your face. Happyway, of course, getting this one was kind of criminal. But Martin, so good with the follow-up, that Neon ult to get that kill as well. It's just so nice to see here from Gentlemates when they're online, when they're understanding the pace of the game and how to ruin it for Shilai Gaming. That being said, No Man, he still has an op. It's back online. This time he's playing it a little bit more passive towards that A main, which makes a little bit of sense. They've been trying to take this deep line and he's just not been getting enough off of that.
Our team may have also been off a little bit more than he could have chewed over toward the spawn as well, but other than that, Gentlemates walk away with a round. As they build this potential comeback, step at a time. Building back their economy a step at a time here as well. Prox the only one not on full weaponry and taking this one a little bit slower compared to the last round.
Yeah, Shilai Gaming, they have 3 ults online. 2 of them, the Viper's Pit, the Silva's ult, really good for that retake, but they're playing 3 towards A here. They're not planning on retaking, they're planning on fighting. That drone comes in for that information. It might just be a little bit too late. I say that, and Lysor gets the pick onto Bippo. Little pixel angle over there. The TP off into another side, and Starzo is up.
Oh, he misses again. No man can't land any shots on the operator today. And that goes in the favor of Gentlemates, who just find Lysor here as well, who's been a little bit sneaky in terms of his positioning. Always on a double box somewhere that Gentlemates aren't aware of, but on the ground, he'll now be 6 feet under. Speaking of 6, Gentlemates, that's how many rounds they have. Wanted to convert to 7, and it's looking like they will be able to. Given that XLG, a little slow here, and they won't be going for it given how low the money is for Raga and Happyway.
Yeah, this is rough, but the good news is they only need to win 1 more round for Shilai to win this out. They have the Viper's Pit still. They have the knives. They have the Sova ult. I'm sure they're coming up with a plan right here. And No Man, he's been whiffing a lot of these really important op shots. Of course, when Lysor starts off, gets that insane pick with the pixel angle through that mid doors, you need that follow-up just to shut down the execute. But instantly, it was kind of not there. The whiff didn't help. The players lining up on site just grouped up towards that same side did not help. And now you're allowing Gentlemates just to slowly rebuild that economy, slowly build and snowball those ults. The knives are still online. A couple of the players are 1 off their ults. It's going to be a little bit harder here for Shilai, but they just need to get it together. This pick was so nice, but this whiff, it was so important here.
No man, unfortunately, no hit on the operator. Might just be a good thing that they end up recovering that one operator. Still in the hands of Mini going to the next round. As the drums kick us off again into this timeout, which we'll see if it leads into a final 13th round win for Shilai or not. It's likely that they will still clean away this map, but a slow rebuild here in terms of, we talked about it, getting rounds in there, building the economy, but more importantly for me, rebuilding that confidence for the team, for Gentlemates as well, because regardless of the result of this map, if they do end up losing, which is likely, knowing that, okay, well, we came back a little bit from a 5-12 deficit.
Yeah.
It's not too bad in that case. Take the silver linings.
Yeah, during half, it was looking really scary. It felt like it was just going to be an end to this map, a little bit of a stomp for the side of Shilai, but getting that back online is pretty good. They're warming up a little bit, getting that momentum, and this is Shilai's map pick too, into that breeze. Again, this is a map that Gentlemates have spent so long permabanning, and now they've allowed it to go through banning instead the sunset. So for Shilai Gaming, 3 ults still on board here, still able to play that retake. They are a little bit broke, only 2 rifles online, but it doesn't matter because it looks like they're playing towards that elbow, trying to do something a little bit quicker, especially with those knives. They're not going to find anyone because Gentlemates, they've put a read on this. That dart is going to scan someone. and they're actually just holding it really passive. Very smart as well. And it's kind of crazy to see the mirror between both these teams.
Yeah, Gentlemate's playing this one super passively, understanding that XLG want to make some moves, and that's exactly what's happening. And movement is going to find Raga himself dead. Over the top is Nomad. He'll finally get a kill. Another operator, the Blade Storm's looking nice and decent. 4v3 as we look to see where Gentlemates want to move, and looking like B for a finish as XLG's gone to A.
2 players towards that elbow, walking back. Starzo with the spike in his hand, still sitting in spawn, still holding for any re-aggression. But right now, She-Like Gaming, their numbers up. They have the knives. They still have 2 rifles. This is really winnable for them, and they're not overextending because, again, they still have those 3 ults that's able to get them any sort of retake. And I'm pretty sure Leo, once he sees someone, he might just send that ult out just to put that damage down. And it's looking like an A main end here. Starzo might be able to get that orb as well to get his ult online, but no, they're just executing.
Yeah, okay, that first dash coming through a mini was a bit of a whiff there.
No, we didn't see it. It's fine.
Didn't catch that one on the POV on the main broadcast. And we talk about the Hunter's Fury. That'll slow things down for sure. Lysol onto mini, and do you even have time to really get a plant down? This is going to be real close. XLG, okay, one nice member to play through. Nice shot from Martin, that's what you want to see. The shock starts though. This utility is just causing problems. Starts at low HP, but Martin has more to say in this round. Leo down in the 2v2. Martin has to do it, but he can't quite in XLG. Off the back, and Nomad waking up after dropping the operator. The blades are good, and the 13 is finally found.
Yeah, really well played by Nomad at the end there. I can't believe that's the round. They win off of 2 rifles, knives, and 3 pistols across the board. They've just taken a little bit more of an aggressive approach to their defensive side, and even though Gentlemates was ready for it, they actually weren't genuinely ready for it. They weren't able to hold it down. They whiffed. They were holding together towards that spawn, but it just didn't work out. And for She-Like Gaming, it makes a lot of sense for them to be picking this map. I like the way that they're holding. I like the way that they're executing as well. It looks really phenomenal, and this is kind of an upset for me, but based on the map vetoes, this is what I predicted.
XLG's map pick, they won it. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but a pretty strong performance on the other side. Gentlemates, they have some good fraggers, but they seem to be off to a sluggish start. Avril, what was going on? Because we entered the half at 8-4.
I just think you have this huge momentum from XLG from that second round onwards. You have an opening pistol win from Gentlemates, and instantly XLG take the eco and just start snowballing from there. I mean, at one stage, we got up to 12-5. To come back from that level of deficit is quite the ask. And to be fair, Gentlemates had a fair few rounds strung together as, you know, it seemed like XLG were a little slow in getting that 13th. So again, like I said on the broadcast, maybe building a little bit more confidence for Gentlemates, but they ended up playing on their permaban, and I guess this is what happens.
I was kind of hoping for a little bit more aggression. Sorry, I just wanted to answer your question, but I was hoping for a little bit more aggression from Gentlemates. Felt like they were a little bit more timid, especially with the Neon Jet going in, especially when you have a player like Martin. I kind of want to see crazy frags going in fast. It worked out a couple rounds for them, but they just didn't keep it up.
Athena, as we take a look back at the early action, it seemed like there was a lot of outdoor battles, and then this was the big round, of course. Once we've got guns up, you do not give any control back to the Gentlemates. XLG runs away with the first half.
Raga had huge plays here, and you also have off the off angle in that same clip, Lysol finding a rifle and just completely dismantling Gentlemates. And there were some reasonable rounds here, but some of those rounds I felt like were more of misplays coming through from XLG than the other way around. Maybe XLG's just committing a little too hard to a few of those A pushes. And it was almost all exclusively on the A side of the map as well.
Yeah, I feel like She-Like, they did such a good job, though, at the end of the day, understanding how they wanted to play this map. Yes, they just went A, essentially, because they knew they could take it. They weren't getting contested. Gentlemates made no plan to adapt, and I think that's where they really fell short. No aggression on the right side, not adapting, not really playing to their strengths, it feels like. And then again, She-Like Gaming, they're just so good. This team, if I could give them one word to describe them, it's definitely discipline. Because at no point were they too much overextending. Just for the first couple rounds where they did lose a couple of those. But then afterwards, they locked in right away. They knew exactly how they wanted to play, and they were just doing such a good job at it.
How long has this Omen-Sova combo played together? Because I was so impressed from what we saw from XLG. They seem to put up the perfect smokes, execute at the right time. And Lysor always kind of catching opponents off guard, going to different locations, getting the high ground when you least expect them with a Guardian towards the end of that game.
I think those two are actually the new players on XLG as well, so really fitting in here and delivering the results. But also impressively, as I sort of said, for last EWC, Raga wasn't doing too much. He was quite quiet. This map so far was super dominant. Raga coming through on that Phoenix, finding ultimates, seeming like every second or third round on the defensive side. So yeah, XLG, they had the firepower and a very timid looking general mates to push into. Didn't seem like too much of an issue for XLG.
We're going to be diving into more numbers and, of course, discussing what we expect to happen as this match continues on. It's just one map of 3, and I have a feeling we're going the distance here on day 2. Be right back. Rook.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello everybody, we have got Minnie and Martine here to play a game. 10 sprays from the game in front of you. I'm going to ask you a series of prompts. If you choose the same spray to react to that prompt, you will receive a point. You understand the rules?
Yes.
We do. Ready to go?
Yes. Of course.
Let's get it going. Riot announces that your favorite map has been removed from the pool. How do you feel? Okay, show the camera. And now let's show each other. Have you got the same one?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Well done, boys.
All right.
A solid start. What about when you lose a 1v1 and the opponent is left on 1 HP?
Think out loud as
I'm
well.
looking for the correct one.
Just don't tell the other person what to pick.
I guess this
I think
one.
we're on point right now. I think
this one should make
I
sense.
think it makes sense right now
check
for
logic
sure.
is there.
Okay, okay, let's see.
Right.
Show each other what you chose.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, nailed it. 2 for 2. When your luggage doesn't arrive.
Luggage?
Your luggage doesn't arrive. Get inside
Maybe I'm
the,
overthinking a little bit.
Get inside the head of Martine.
Martin, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Just trust your gut feeling, Martin.
All right, boys. For 3 out of 3, show each other what you chose.
Oh.
What about when you get 30 kills in an official?
It just makes sense.
Oh, where are you going with this one, Minnie?
I don't know.
Martine's
He
got
made
his
me
already.
overthink. He made me overthink, to be honest.
No, no.
You want to lock it in?
How do you feel?
Take a look, boys. Let's go. Let me take you to the practice room. You're in a scrim. In between rounds, there's not much noise going on. The calls have already finished. And then you hear from just outside your headset that your teammate has farted.
This one maybe. Not this one. Maybe this one.
All right, show the camera. And now take a look at what the other put.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. You lose on your map pick in game 1 of a best of 5.
We lost few first maps already,
Yeah,
so
nothing much.
Right? I think we're thinking the same,
Yeah,
right?
we have to be
We're
cool.
cool like
Best
that,
of
right,
5,
Martin?
that's all you got to think, right? First
Right,
map,
Martin?
plenty more to go.
Yeah.
That's right.
Whatever.
You can always bounce back on the next. if you're on stage and you get knifed?
I think this one is fast again, to be honest.
I mean, this one could be, but...
We go. All right, boys, show the camera. And now show each other. Let's go again, boys. What is happening today? We're on a streak. Pick one of the sprays to describe your coach.
Okay, there is one choice that could be obvious. I'm just going with this one because, you know...
Show each other what you chose.
Okay.
7 out of 8. We've hit the record. Can we beat it? What about if your teammate whiffs the easy kill?
I think you need to make tasks just for us, on like new question, just for me and Martin maybe.
Two on the same page.
I mean, it seems like it. Show each other what you chose. This is ridiculous, boys. 8 out of 9. Getting more and more impressed every single time. Describe your ag.al in one stick.
Okay, let me.
Not this one for sure.
Are we thinking the same, Martin?
It depends if you're in a funny mood.
Boys, show each other your cards. You've done it again, boys. You've done it again. Minnie and Martine. I mean, this synergy. I could have told you this before this piece, but it's off the charts, boys. Well done. Thank you so much for joining us here today, boys. It's a pleasure having you. And thanks for watching.
After the match against G2 in London, no man won my heart with this post-match interview, but it was today's performance that has won over our analyst desk. I asked these two what's going to happen with the rest of the series. Athena, not a ton of faith in our gentlemates. What's happening here from Sheila Gaming?
Dude, I've lost so much faith. I think Sheila just looks really good right now. They're so disciplined. They're playing together. And the fact of the matter is, for me, the vetoes have totally gone the way of Sheila. So I'm a little bit scared going into this next map.
Now, we know Martine and Minnie were our fraggers to watch, right? The duelist that you're expecting for the gentlemates to step up. Avril, they were kind of silenced in the first half. They started heating up towards the end of the game. Do you expect them to come out with this being their map pick strong?
I think they will have a much better game here. I just don't really like the typical composition that Sheila run on this map. This is going to be Lotus with the high potential.
What do you not like about
it? Triple Sentinel. It's too cheesy, man. I'm not about it. It just, I prefer when you just go the double duelist. Raga's having a hot hand right now in terms of his gameplay. Make sure he stays on the duelist. You know, it just seems like if you just kind of double up on what you were already doing on Breeze, transfer that over to Lotus. Plenty of teams play the double duelist here anyway. You're having a good time. I think the triple Senti, the win rate on that for Sheila has been pretty poor as well. This is the opportunity for gentlemates to capitalize.
Gentlemates, what do you have in store for us? Because it has not been looking good for EMEA recently, as we are seeing Sheila Gaming one game away from making it to the next round. Of course, this is the first round of group stages. 2 wins, you move through to our playoff bracket. 2 losses, you're done here and get to watch the rest of EWC. Avril, coming into this, what were your expectations for both teams, and what did you learn through the first opening rounds?
I thought like this was a kind of 50-50-ish type of matchup. These two teams haven't really played each other yet. Sheila, despite being second coming through from China, China is a bit of a rough region in terms of, do they have that many competitive teams outside of EDG? And Sheila is still trying to prove that right now. Gentlemates, they kind of below some of the other EMEA teams, or at least maybe on par with BBL, but they're not quite up there with Vitality. So Gentlemates is still trying to prove themselves as well. So going to this game, 2 teams that haven't played each other, 2 teams with a lot to prove. I think it's a bit of a coin flip, although that changes when you have something like Breeze coming on in that you've never really seen Gentlemates play.
I've heard drums today, Athena, and I just heard a roar from that side of the studio where the Heretics are sitting. They're playing against ag.al, and this is a matchup that has been going on for what feels like a decade.
Yeah, it feels
a very long matchup.
I mean, to be fair, our first game was a little bit of a blowout. It went really quick. And the second game, I mean, so far, it wasn't that close, so it makes a lot of sense. But I definitely need to know what's going on over there and what the score is, because it sounds really fun.
And a reminder that over on Alpha, they will have a second series later today while we get ready to watch that from the green room. This one, I expect to be a speed run unless the gentlemates step up big. I want to see someone take that first step. Athena, if you are looking at the gentlemates fan base right now, who are they cheering loudest for? Who is Mr. Dependable? Oh, reliable incredible. Who's going to get us through?
It's definitely going to be Martin right now.
Just Martin?
I mean, the whole team, yes, but Martin, he's just been so good over and over again in the last stage, in the qualifiers. I'm really surprised that he didn't get to perform that much, but I think on a map like Lotus, where we've seen Gentlemates be a little bit better, a little bit more kind of confident. We've seen them play it before. They had a struggle a little bit towards stage 1. They didn't win it that much. I think they played it like 4 times. They lost it 3 times. But then most recently against Team Liquid, they played it. They won 13-10, which was maybe not that surprising because Nats wasn't playing at that time, but still a really good run to get them to play that next game against Foot.
I want to see Starzo lead the troops on that Gentleman squad as well, as someone that is a hard veteran.
The frosted tips.
And is he the one with the frosted tips?
That's my man Beep, isn't it? People, I don't know. The whole team looks gorgeous. They could all use a trip to the barber with me next week if they make it through group stages. If not, you're getting cut at home. We take a look at Starzo out of the gates. The fate is going to be locked in. So walk me through the agent selection. No Sovas this time.
No triple Senti from the side of XLG either. Thank you so much. Playing some normal Valorant today. Raga and Noman locking in the duelists again. Again, I'm just saying, Raga's got it going right now. You got to keep this momentum pushed up.
He had such a good first game, and Gentlemates on the other side keeping their comp the same, which makes a lot of sense. You want to have that comfort going into it. You started off with a little bit of a wild card, letting your breeze through, and now you just want to play on your comfort, on that map that you know, and the one that you've definitely put a lot of practice into. And so I'm looking at Sheila here to make sure they're playing off of that momentum in order to win this map, because they have that tape. There might be a little bit of anti-stratting going on, but for Gentlemates, if they want to take this to a third map, they really need to lock in.
Are Sheila switching up their Jet player? If so, why do you decide to do that amongst your duelists? I thought we saw Raga playing the Phoenix earlier.
Yeah,
I just saw him locked in as Jet.
I think it's just the Raze player more likely coming through and who's more comfortable on that agent rather than Raga can just play it all, to be honest.
Yeah.
Raga, last EWC, and in general has played a ton of Phoenix, rather the Jet. So both of them pretty comfortable in that one, but probably just trust Noman a bit more in the Raze.
Yep. I think also just whoever wants to op on the map can op. And either way, when you're on the Raze and the Jet, both of you can op. You can use that Raze satchel to get into a lot of those really good positions. So I'm not too surprised by it. I think it makes a little bit of sense. Just down to those double dive agents now. I'm just excited to see how they play together, because obviously we did see the Phoenix, which is a little bit less divey. They're just using their flashes, running out together, but Jet is obviously going in quicker. But with the Raze now, there's a lot of potential here for Fasta.
We've got the game on pause. If we can, production, bring that agent list back up as we dive in a little bit deeper, taking a look at their previous runs at other tournaments. Game is start. I take it back. No pause for us. It's over to the casters. We got Avril and Athena.
Thanks so much, Puckhead. Let's get into map number 2 here. Gentlemates might need to be a little less gentle on Lotus. This XLG, we saw how much speed, how much aggression, how much success they found at an opening of Breeze. We're gone away from the perma-ban territory of that map and into much more well-known territory for both of these teams. Opening start on towards Mount Aggression shown, and big paint shells damage from Martin onto Leo to start things out.
Really nice Seize Nade combo coming in. Martin getting another pick onto Noman, and now turning around, getting the pick onto the door. Starzo with 2, and this pistol has just been completely shut down by these 2 players at C Mount.
Seize Nade into the combination of players and coming through from the door as well. Starzo, like I said, leading the way, leading this team. And another opening pistol found. As a reminder though on Breeze, XLG did win the Eco on that round 2 following. So this time around we're looking for Gentlemates to be able to lock up the second round, no issues.
Yeah, they struggled that second round. They've won that pistol. Just need to make sure they lock in exactly like what you said. And online Mini with that Outlaw, we have the rest of the team. Only 1 Vandal on site, and they're looking towards fighting towards this A Rubble. Gentlemates, that is. Sheila, they have full Rubble control. All 5 players are here. They're full gambling into this execute. They're tapping that door to set the Prowler out. Sorry, I mean the dog, and the execute's in.
Onto site now, but Gentlemates are very close by. Let's see if Happy Way might be able to sneak his way through into the stairs section. He's hoping for an easy kills here. He'll get nothing. It's Starzo again that just delivers for the team. A triple up. Gives Gentlemates big advantage here, looking like a flawless. No kills at all from XLG, and a 4th one found from Starzo.
That's crazy, because If Starzo actually had an ace, that would have been the second ace we've seen on Lotus today. Zekin getting that first one versus mibr. But it's okay. It's just a thrifty. You know, we're chilling. This is good. This is good for Gentlemates. They won that second round.
We love aces versus only pistols.
Yes.
Woo! Big ace.
Eco frags, anyone?
Eco ace.
And now going into this bonus round for Gentlemates, they're looking to fight towards that A Rebel again, possibly another Season 8 combo. There's 4 players here towards that A site.
Look how advanced that Nightfall is coming on through as well. Might end up finding something of value in this particular round, but lots of action taking place over towards Rebel for the time being. 2 players in that door. There's XLG. We'll quiet things down a little bit. Do note the pillar gameplay that could take place in the 1v1. Relay bolt to slow things down, and Raga can't even make his way through. They're just running after Mini, and Martin activates around the tree, completely unseen by XLG.
This is insane. This is a completely different mates than we just saw in Breeze. They're playing so well. They have the crossfires off of each other. They're stacking and gambling the right sites. They're playing close and making sure that no one is getting past it, not allowing them to even get close to getting that spike down on the A site. This was really nice, but also really scary for Sheila. Why are you giggling over there?
Because they're just kind of walking through the smoke, if I'm honest.
They're just like... Why are they walking through smoke, taking tree in a close range gunfight when you know they're on a bonus? That's so scuffed.
How many of that? It's like 2 players at least walked through smoke before the flash even came through. Okay. Sheila begin a little bit aggressive here, not in the good way, as I praised him for that last map, but this time around kind of reminds me of that shop scenario that we saw on Debris. XLG will be at least taking the same control as last round over on towards Rubble, tapping that door once more, but this time being a little bit more measured.
Slow walk up, trying to get any of these picks, trying to get some numbers at least online for them with these sheriffs. But Gentlemates, they're going to re-walk and re-clear this right here. The smoke's going to block them from doing that, but they don't care. Going into it, a little bit scary here.
The smoke fades. XLG will be in quite a bit of trouble there if they're still hanging around. Watch over towards Pillar. Should be Starzo seeing the cross. Multiple members.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
That is Spike on the floor though.
But look, nobody's on the C site here for Gentlemates. They've all stacked towards B. A really fast flank with that door opening, and they're all fighting.
Starzo gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might just look to be able to still sneak into the side, but not quite. Door opens again. Starzo just knocks them all down, and only Raga alive now, who won't be able to do anything. A second flawless in the first 4 rounds. But of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG. 5th round coming up, their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG need to be able to pilot this one well.
Starzo's just having a field day, honestly, at this point. Like, just getting those frags. And like you said, the timeout did, in fact, come in for XLG here. It makes a lot of sense because you're struggling. You need to get that first gun round, or second gun round, sorry, under your belt, making sure that you're taking fights really, really well. I think for them, they're probably going to try to find that cipher, try to break some trips, just play the map a little slower, because every single time that they've tried just doing some sort of contact play, it just hasn't worked out. Gentlemates, they've done a good job with the rotates. They've done a good job of getting that info early, but they're still not really being tested with their defensive setup.
We haven't even seen XLG make it a site yet. They've just been kind of waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far. Maybe a battering ram is what they need to finally get their way on, and the attack timeout will maybe just provide that psychologically, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the side of XLG as well to figure out exactly what Gentlemates is doing, because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having a trap setup. They're just collapsing based on essentially the information that they're getting very slowly, and they're gambling a lot of the time towards these sites for their defense.
I mean, Starzo just sees the cross from pillars and instantly opens the door and just says goodbye.
He's 10-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even used his ultimate. He might have found 2 ultimates by now if he actually went there. As many finds no man. Operator has been located. Bad news for XLG. Do have a little bit of a push-up from Hathaway on the A side of things, but otherwise, so far, Dog in first. Only sees a single player. Even later on, you can imagine if this does come down to a retake, 2 big ultimates potentially online for mates.
With the numbers advantage, Gentlemates, they're not too scared to over-rotate. And the best part is that deep Cypher trip towards that B main. They have so much passive information, they don't even need to worry about this site at all, knowing that right now, the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening, but they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Shilai finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, 1 away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent. Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up dodging out or respecting it. Well, Raga falls super early. Minik wasting no time onto Happyway as well. This is falling apart quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super off-site, now has to do it all. And it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
Whatever Starso ate in this short break between maps, I gotta know, because I need that in my life, because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy. And the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just taking his ones a lot of the time, or he's just positioned himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him, and following up as well with his duelist majority of the time, not necessarily having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade in is really nice to see. Now Gentlemates again going towards this A main, fighting for this Rebel, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can. On the other side, Bippo here just spotting that C. Gonna spot it out with that Cypher cam.
Well, it's going to be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happyway saving a little bit more money. Though coming in on towards C as Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either. There's no man. Nice upgrade. Finally, I mean, this is the second time really that XLG have even seen this site and gotten the plant. Okay, Mini. There is a crossfire here, though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, it will come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3. Operating still there for Lysol. It's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise, they're still kind of broke here with No Man. Being the one to be able to still turn things around. That's your rifle gone. Pull the rocket, maybe. Pull through the ultimate. No Man has the capability. Gets the kill, but doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin, and Martin says, all me, baby.
That was crazy messy for both sides. XLG almost having a really good round. Really sucks for Bippo there, throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough. Again, weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah, that is tragic.
Where it went, and sucks for him. The Sky Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage. And 2 ults online for XLG.
What was bro thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole. At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Full retake now from Gentlemates.
Full retake, but No Man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can. Using the satchel, but he's caught off guard. Bippo getting that pick, and the retake starts here for mates.
Overdrive in. Full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Starts are finally full. Second death so far in this entire half. Through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes that's been happening. But Porte and Brock's low HP, but lower HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only Happyway, and he's got way too much to do on the other side of the smoke. Is all 4 from Gentlemates, and Happyway only gets 1.
Again, the rotations. They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another round here for Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away here. Not a single round for Shilai. This is looking really rough. They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least being in tradable positions. But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flooding for XLG very shortly.
Really quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto No Man. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone isn't going to do enough. Pit falls now, and Lysol can't even capitalize. 4 alive for Gentlemates, and they didn't even need to use ultimates here.
This is insanity. I've never felt more like a fraud than I do right now, saying this map veto has gone the way of Shilai. I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Shilai feel like more of a fraud right now.
Too far. Okay, too far. 0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Centi. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get abnormal, because they spent so long playing triple Centi on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duelist here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like they're just not able to get on the same page at all, but we're starting this round 8-0. 4 of these players here for the side of XLG walking up towards B. They're looking to go fast, but there's 2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast bloods.
Martin off the rip. It will get the kill onto Leo. It's a little bit of a mixed exchange here until Starzo and Prox start to come on in. Raga, we waited for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting snare. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet, though. His mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. This is going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. Lysol! Off angle, doesn't get spotted. And late into the day, we are finally going to get the first round on board for XLG.
We're back on the board, and XLG just knowing that they just had to group up and execute. And it was kind of crazy because mates actually used 2 ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket, to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Raga with that pick was so nice, getting that 3K. That's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4 or 5 rifles on lock, and they're just fighting.
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on through, and it's No Man Lysol that find their kills first. Prox and Starzo respond though, 3 versus 3 still, and it's not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers-wise, but can they get Happyweight down? Still exactly 1 for 1. No Theft's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here, as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
Spike planted.
They're going to know where he is because of that neural theft, knowing where he planted, and they hear that door, they know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had 1. I mean, you had Prox teleporting an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there is an opportunity there. Leo, unfortunately, doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Sheila, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they've found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A once again. They just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martine's going to get that first pick onto Raga. Prox with a pick onto Lysor. And now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martine getting picked to drop Leo. Martine with a 3K to end that round.
They just want to run it back again. XLG constantly 2 rounds in a row. Major aggression put over towards Rebel side. I think they're just assuming that surely there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row, but not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position. Leo and Hathaway, as mentioned, managed to find a kill, but they just didn't get off the mark yet.
It's just crazy to me that Sheila just haven't figured out now the weak side strat. They haven't figured out that most of the time, if they're fighting towards that A main, that they have so many players there, and now 3 players actually from Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of changing their setup.
Okay, well that's going to be the trip gun at least. Traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. It's Hathaway that actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper, but Starso is just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 Spike on the floor. Hathaway trying to dance with Starso across the doorway, but the doors have been such a problem so far. It's all done. No man, no teammates, no chance. And no round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only going to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, but they're just not able to execute because every single time, Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now, No Man not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low from Martine, and it's just kind of insane now. You're in this halftime. You have to consider what's going wrong. And you look at the scoreboard. It's 20-5 for Starzo. 20-3, I think it was, for Martine. I just missed it there. But that's still insane that these 2 players are just having such a good game. And most of the time when you are watching Starzo and Martine, they're going out together. Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Starzo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
The only round that XLG found was on that B site, and in a lot of cases as well, I want to have to say, they'd get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy Cypher presence in terms of all the util that no one ended up walking into from XLG's POV, and Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough in that round that they won. Still came down to a 2v2, mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds, you didn't even see the site for XLG. They couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get a plant not on B, very, very well fought retake. Ultimates or not, but ultimates being played into. Nightfall, clear everything, play through with Mini on the Neon, and it's all too easy.
It's just the fact that every single time Gentlemates, they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Sheila to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Sheila, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates. The pressure, the util, the nades, everything that's coming out. Let them use it, let them expend it, and be able to come back and re-clear. But they just didn't have the patience for that. They just weren't able to. And it felt like every time they moved, they were thinking, well, they're going to fight A again. Let's go towards C. Gentlemates was there. It was really good gambles by Gentlemates, really good setups as well. But it's a new half for Sheila. They literally have to win this pistol to get a shot at this game, and they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
Okay, we're going to start things quickly here. Straight away, Nomad just jumps into his death. At least Happyway is going to be able to respawn. Mound is where it will take place for all of these kills for the time being. The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though. Typically, particularly on the attacking side, they go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the timing down. Starzo, beautiful kill onto Away, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the two players we wanted to see. You mentioned Martin, and I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only two players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates, and it just might be a 13-1 finish on this Lotus. Going to map 3 in just a while here. Not too long now. There's only one more round is required. And if you are the side of Shilai Gaming, there's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know about this one. It's just so rough. You're going to have to force. You're not going to have the best weapons. Maybe sheriffs, maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still just not going to be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox, who walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so trays onto Leo. At least XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get too much more. This is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 players left alive with nothing to play for. 1 round is all that XLG are going to get because Gentlemates come back with force.
That's insane. Gentlemates 13-1. I think that's the best scoreline we've seen so far in this whole tournament. And it's just been on the fact that Gentlemates, they played so well together. Their defensive side calling was phenomenal, able to rotate, able to get into those places and force the fights onto Shilai. And that's the kind of confidence that I like to see from Gentlemates. It's what I was looking for on Breeze, but they finally brought it back into that Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff coming on through Puckett. I think the 2 players that we both wanted to see step on the Gentlemates, those are the exact 2 players that actually did it.
Yeah, it's the frosted tips. No, they really don't like you. It's okay, we didn't need to hear your opinion. Because guess what? That was crazy. And I think the next map, it's going to be Haven, right?
Yep.
Both these teams, they've played it. I think this is kind of a 50-50, but based on the momentum here, I'm looking more towards that Gentlemates.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're live, baby. Okay, let's talk a little bit about my guy Starzo starting off super hot. And then, of course, you've been saying Martin. I understand why. How do you go 10.0 KD at half? He was 20-2, I believe, if not 22-2.
Oh, my God.
I don't think I've ever played a Raze game with 2 deaths.
He's just been insane. And you know what? Starzo was following him the whole time, and the fact of the matter was he was also second on the fragging board with him, if not first. So it's insane that both of these players had so much potential, so much impact in the server, both getting over 20 kills. It's just insane. I don't know.
It's
finally
like a
believe me about
different
Martin.
team here, and you can also see just how the economy is going to impact the game. When you're broke, you have to go for some gambles. When those gambles don't work, you're even deeper in the hole. Simply could not climb out if you're XLG. And what I was most concerned about looking at the players was just kind of the faces and how they got more and more silent after starting and cheering after round wins. There was no noise on the right side of the stage, Avril.
Yeah, I think they were pretty defeated there mentally and also in the game as well, but just sloppy gameplay. We saw in the highlights there, one of the key highlights, pushing into tree, players just literally walking through smoke, no support, going before the flash as well. And multiple times, we talked about that on the A side with the rubble, heavily wanting to commit and just running into the defense. So clean from the side of Gentlemates, where multiple rounds didn't even allow Shilai to get on the site. I think it took like 5 rounds before Shilai even looked at what a site was
Yeah.
I could even get a plant, but even then, still not successful.
Yeah, and I feel like for Gentlemates, they just had such a good grip on this defensive side. One of the main reasons, obviously, was all that passive information from the Cypher util. It never was broken in any of these rounds. On the B side, they weren't too scared because Sheila had only gone there once. And then for the rest of it, the reads were really good. The fights were good. It was scrappy, but it was just the way that Gentlemates liked it. They used their util really well. They understood all of their winning conditions, and they did it together with a vengeance.
Is it going to come down to who wins the pistol in this final map? We're going to Haven. It is one of the original beta maps that we had in Valorant, so it's the OG of OGs.
Yeah.
What are the expectations now knowing we're going the distance? In both of these fights, we're pretty one-sided, at least for the first 20 rounds.
Well, I actually think Gentlemates have played the overall better Valorant over the course of the 2 maps. Yes, they didn't lose the breeze, but they were still competitive, especially towards the end to try and get those rounds in. But even score-wise, despite losing that map, you had 3 players going positive on the side of Gentlemates. So the mechanics were sharp regardless. We have no doubt about that. That loss onto Lotus was way more damning against XLG compared to what was happening on Breeze against Gentlemates.
We've got one more map to go. Athena, final thoughts on this one before we head to break?
I think Gentlemates is warmed up, and now I'm really scared for Sheila going into Haven, even though I think it still could be a 50-50. The momentum and the mentality, it's going to be so hard to reset for them.
Green Room is calling Gentlemates. Let us know if you agree or if you see it. It's XLG. We'll be right back with Game 3 after this. It's Rhyme Time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello everybody, we have got Minnie and Martine here to play a game to test their synergy. Listen boys, you've got 10 sprays from the game in front of you. I'm going to ask you a series of prompts. If you choose the same spray to react to that prompt, you will receive a point. You understand the rules?
Yes.
We do.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Of course.
Let's get it going. Riot announces that your favorite map has been removed from the pool. How do you feel? Okay, show the camera. And now let's show each other. Have you got the same one?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Well done, boys.
All right.
A solid start. What about when you lose a 1v1 and the opponent is left on 1 HP?
Think out loud as
I'm
well.
looking for the correct one.
Just don't tell the other person what to pick.
I guess this
I think
one.
we're on point right now. I think
This one should make
I
sense.
think it makes sense right now
check
for
logic
sure.
is there.
Okay, okay, let's see.
Right.
Show each other what you chose.
Right.
Yes, nailed it. 2 for 2. When your luggage doesn't arrive.
Luggage?
Your luggage doesn't arrive. Get inside
Maybe I'm
the-
overthinking a little
Get
bit.
inside the head of Martine.
Martin, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Just trust your gut feeling, Martin.
All right, boys, for 3 out of 3, show each other what you chose.
Oh!
What about when you get 30 kills in an official?
It just makes sense.
Where are you going with this one, Mini?
I don't know. He made me overthink. He made me overthink, to be honest.
No.
You want to lock it in?
How do you feel?
Take a look, boys. Let's go. Let me take you to the practice room. You're in a scrim. In between rounds, there's not much noise going on. The calls have already finished. And then you hear from just outside your headset that your teammate has farted.
This one, maybe. Not this one. Maybe this one.
All right, show the camera. And now take a look at what the other put. Yeah. Let's go, boys. You lose on your map pick in game 1 of a best of 5.
We lost few first maps already, so
nothing much.
Right? I think we're thinking the same, right?
We have to be
we're
cool like best of 5. Right, that's all you got to think, right? First map, Martin? Plenty more to go. Yeah. That's right.
Whatever.
You can always bounce back on the next. If you're on stage and you get knifed.
I think this one is fast again, to be honest.
I mean, this one could be, but...
There we go. All right, boys, show the camera. And now show each other. Let's go again, boys. What is happening today? We're on a streak. Pick one of the sprays to describe your coach.
Okay, there is one choice that could be obvious. I'm just going with this one because, you know...
Show each other what you chose.
Okay.
7 out of 8. We've hit the record. Can we beat it? What about if your teammate whiffs the easy kill?
I think you need to make tasks just for us, like new questions just for me and Martin.
Yeah, two on the same page.
I mean, it seems like it. Show each other what you chose. This is ridiculous, boys. 8 out of 9. Getting more and more impressed every single time. Describe your ag.al in one stick.
Okay, let me.
Not this one for sure.
Are we thinking the same, Martin?
It depends if you're in a funny mood.
Boys, show each other your cards. You've done it again, boys. You've done it again. Mini and Martin. I mean, this synergy. I could have told you this before this piece, but it's off the charts, boys. Well done.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where our two teams have been trading haymakers here on the main stage. We are getting ready for map number 3 as Haven is loading up. We welcome back our casters. It's Avril and Athena. And Athena, as you bring the mic real close, talk to me about this battle. What have you witnessed here from the Gentlemates? Because after game 1, we were kind of writing them off. We thought we might as well call the shuttle.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. It felt like there was a huge shift in their mentality and the fact that they could just be aggressive, take their fights, and the fact that they were gambling right almost every single time seemed to work out for them. It was the opposite story on Breeze. Every gamble they took just didn't work out, but it ended up working out in their favor. They were so quick with their rotates as well, even when they didn't see anyone, which I think was the big change for them. Breeze, such a big map for them to rotate, but they really took advantage of it on Lotus.
I mean, on Lotus, you basically had perfect reads most of the times. You even just had the situation where you didn't even allow Sheila Gaming to get onto site, but when they rotated around, really well read by Starzone multiple times and just catching Sheila out to not allow anything to happen. He had the best scoreline just about next to Martin on that map, 4-0 in first bloods as well. So just completely catching Sheila lacking, and Sheila multiple times just wanting to try and push their luck and push on through no matter what. They are the full committal team. We're going this site. They're going in whether they win or lose. And unfortunately on that map was all lose.
Yeah, they literally couldn't adapt. It was crazy.
Reminder, what's on the line? Well, you need 2 wins to go through, but even if you get 1 win, you're adding about $20,000 more to your prize pool. You're going to finish in that 9th through 12th range guaranteed. If you win the second match, you're guaranteed top 8 and $90,000. So a lot of money on the line, but more importantly, pride and expectations from your community and your region. What is known historically as stronger, China or the Americas so far this year in Valorant?
Americas for sure. This year specific?
But EMEA is, Gentlemates is EMEA.
Right. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out the power rankings though.
Okay, so
America's number 1.
It's a little recency bias.
Pacific.
Then China, then EMEA, or do you go EMEA, then China?
China, EMEA. If you're talking about
America's
EDG, go, listen, don't worry about it.
EMEA at the very bottom.
It's fine.
So wait,
She
so
took that
we got China, Gap, then EMEA, right? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, yeah. That's what
Yeah,
we're
a couple
saying.
of gaps.
Yeah. There's
and then-
actually 5 regions. The Gap is like just the
We
first
had some of our
region.
coworkers walking behind us. It's always fun to troll everybody on the set of the Esports World Cup as we're getting ready for the final map. We're getting into Haven. Is it again our duelist to watch? Are we going a strategist? Someone to slow this down? Is it an IGL that'll decide the series? Athena, how do you see it playing out?
I mean, probably the way that Starza was playing last game was kind of insane. And I think when you're thinking about Haven, at least for these teams, Gentlemates has had a lot more success on it. They've had 3 wins on this so far, 3 losses, making them at a 50% win rate. But when I'm looking at the other side for Shilai, they've struggled a lot on this. They've lost this almost every single time they've played it recently.
We've got the map loading up right now. I'm hopping off the mic. We hand it over. It is Avril and Athena, the decider here on day 2 of groups.
Thank you, Puckett.
Double A.
I got you. I got you. Double A. It's versatile. Use it anywhere. None of this is USB-C charging. We're old school here. Back in the batteries, and we're back on for map number 3 here. Double duelists online for the side of Gentlemates. And what do we have here? A Killjoy on Haven. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that.
Been a minute.
Standing ahead.
5 players here towards this A. Gentlemates just opting to stick together. This Phoenix now for Martine is back from that breeze. Mini on the Neon. It's working out well for them so far, at least in this EWC qualifiers. The switch up to Mini on that duelist has been one of the main talking points for why this roster has switched up. They're able to implement that Neon really nicely, and now can they keep up the momentum from that last game?
I mean, look how many players here from XLG. They're ready for it. Leo takes a bit of a damage into the opening, but it's going to be Martine and Mini to finish off those players. Only a response from Raga so far. They need a little bit more from that on the XLG side of things. Nomad still making his way through from CT, but he's late in the day here. 1 versus 3 now. Lysol, the last one standing all the way in A short, and pretty sure his positioning is gone all by the wayside as well. Only had 2 bullets left to go through and didn't even get a chance to shoot.
Feel like Gentlemates have won this first pistol on every single map, at least the first half pistol. And they just need to lock in again because they did lose the second round that one time, the anti-thrifty. But this round, so well played by Gentlemates, just making sure they're getting their trades in, staying grouped up. I think that's a really valid way to react after that first game, or sorry, the second game, having that momentum, knowing they could just play together, trade, and out-frag in terms of XLG.
Look at the pings are for Gentlemates so far. A long is the location. Leo lucky to even dodge out away from that Marshall shot. Does Bippo trigger the trap over on this side of the map? He's just facing it, everybody. How's he still alive? Raga slides on in to clean him up. So 1 for 1 over towards C, but on A. It's looking all Gentlemates so far. Leo trying to hide behind the wall and the boxes. He's been flashed out, and he's so lucky that he's not been pushed into so far. Oh, gets a headshot, but just doesn't get the kill on the Starzo with 180 kill.
And now all of a sudden in this post plant, but Happyway's already walked out here, trying to get any of that number advantage for this pistol, but it's not looking too good for them because this Thrifty is just going to be a little bit too hard to get those fights.
I mean, you do have an exit set up here. No man over towards the A-long side of things, but they're not playing for exits. They're trying to get their way onto site itself. It's a very different looking Raga on our screens. Not a very dead looking Raga on our screens as Martine gets the clean up there with No Man, a sole surviving member. He's just going to have to run at the spike and die.
Yeah, trying to get exits on his way out while doing it. But at this point, when I'm looking at a team like Shilai Gaming, when they're in this spot, it's such a big mental hurdle that they have to get through because they lost that last game 13-1. That's insane.
Yep.
And I think especially when you're coming off of a fresh win, where at the end, towards the end of that first map of Breeze, we were talking about how Gentlemates was starting to warm up, starting to get back into it. So now it's a little bit scary for them because they're thinking, are they just warm? Were they just whiffing on us a lot of the time? And how do we fix it? They weren't able to adapt in that last map. And I'm really looking at them to be able to adapt this game because it's Haven. You take too long to adapt, you're going to lose your sights. You're not going to be able to have that defensive setup the way you want it. But now with this gun round online for them, they're opting to go for this A-long peak. A fast C-split here, though, for the side of Gentlemates.
Okay, what's the response going to look like? You do have members starting to already flank for XLG. But so far, this defense needs the whole Mini. Just walks into no man. The Stinger gets the job done. Double up, in fact, and now a free upgrade. Take that for all of your efforts. Slide on in from Raga. That is just gross. He doesn't get the shots in Starzo. Looking better so far.
Spike planted.
Dina's shaking her head over there. But Leo does at least bring one back. Not enough, I'm afraid. 1 versus 3. Starzo's low, but Leo will be lucky to even find the one. You get a scan, but you can't even walk in.
Yeah, crazy from Raga. Going in really quick, breaking that Cypher trip, making all that noise, and going for the slide. I really like the confidence in it. But you just, again, don't want to take that close fight. You don't want to force yourself into that position, which Gentlemates, they keep taking advantage of the fact that Shilai, they've split up against this bonus. They've taken those close range fights instead of just breaking that Cypher trip, realizing that they've added that pressure and grouping up together to make sure they have the util for a retake. Gentlemates just running away with it, but it seems like it's off the back of Shilai gaming mistakes, small little things that are switching the round over.
I want to see a fast attack timeout here from Shilai Gaming before you let the game get too far away. This might not be the round for it, given they have no money. Well, maybe it is, because still something to be done here. Raga gonna come through with a hero rifle on this round. The one player that's been somewhat competitive over the last 2 maps, particularly on that breeze, but now he has to be the guy to bring it home. Walking down. There's already a player waiting for a Martine on the other side in that window, though. Look at the read from Gentlemates. They suspect that mid's going to be dirty, and they made that right call.
This reminds me of the play from Shilai on Breeze to push down mid, and it actually worked out for them. But the problem is they don't have the knives online this time. They're not able to go for some crazy updraft play. Instead, they're just holding it passive, making sure they're just holding, trying to hear if there's any information, try to get ready for a really fast flank here as well, as that Neon on Raga pushes all the way through. But they know it's going to be a C execute at this point. So much noise here.
XLG ready for this one. No man, does he have an opportunity? Not quite. Martin's so quick with it. Raga getting caught up with the trip as well. He's just missing his shots. At least we'll find the one of the Martin. Misses and readjusts here, causing a little bit of slowdown, but there's only 2 players still alive for XLG. They're both playing together. Gentlemates, they're not too sure where the secondary is. They'll know it now that Lysol's thrown in the paranoia. Raga, good for that kill on the procs. Mini's still unknown, though. Can Raga get more? He's just a hero right now. 1 versus 2. But Starzo is just a little bit cleaner.
10 HP on Bippo. That was so winnable for Raga. Again, that hero rifle online, trying to put in the work. Again, doing the same thing, almost deja vu with that fast C flank, but this time a little bit more successful. But I like the pressure that Raga has now put onto Gentlemates. They're very well aware that at any point in time, that Cypher trip could be broken on their flank, and someone's just going to come running at them.
Here we go. It's a technical pause, actually. I was going to say good time for a timeout if that's the case, because this is about the exact same time that we did see a timeout last time. On Lotus. Didn't help out XLG enough. But they certainly need the help. This was a near heroic play, the only rifle online, but Starzo had their number. Still looking good from that last map, transferring that mechanical prowess now onto the decider.
I feel like, again, for Gentlemates, they're just taking these fights, running these executes, fast splitting. The only time we've seen them slow down so far has been on those anti-thrifties, making sure they're not getting up close and personal. Whereas for Shilai, they're struggling a lot of the time to understand the space that they should be adding in between Gentlemates. For me as well, I'm looking at them to just be adapting a lot quicker, making sure they're changing up their setups. Try something aggressive towards mid again, but this time with weapons, and make sure you're able to trade. Don't be so readable here for the side of XLG, and make sure that Gentlemates has at least a little bit of a concern that you're going to be fighting back, because right now Gentlemates, they have so much space across the map at all times. They're not worried about too much aggression. They feel like they can take every single part of the map for free, and especially when you see them just running into Garage on that C-split, they know it's just a Killjoy alarm bot.
XLG as well, second year in a row here at EWC, and last time around they got grouped. Didn't quite make it out. 1-2 against Sentinels. Called it a close affair, but not quite good enough, and now opening out. It's been a bit of a disaster class these last map and a half here at Haven, and also Lotus for Shilai Gaming. And I mean, this is a group where you saw Nongshim and G2 on the other side of this group C, with Gentlemates looking like the so far superior team here. Shilai would have to get through one of those other two teams potentially in that lower bracket if they don't get their act together here. And what I'm seeing in terms of the gameplay might not be enough for them to escape groups in EWC 2 years in a row.
I think the way that Gentlemates is playing right now, though, is the way that I expected them to be playing. That's why going into the series, before I saw the map vetoes, I was so set on Gentlemates winning. The past 2 games that they played in that EWC qualifier were just so convincing that this change-up of getting Mini onto that Duelist, putting Bippo onto the Senti, that change-up changed so much for them. They're able to implement that Neon. They're able to play these meta comps. And the thing is, too, after the Neon nerfs, it's still working out for them. I like the way that they're playing it. They're playing it pretty quick. They're using the stuns for most of the executes very, very well, and they're able to just trade off of each other, which I think is the biggest thing here for me. Martin and Starzo have been the stars of that last map, and I think going into this, I'm looking at Martin again to be going crazy, but also Mini to be following up, because so far they've been diving that together.
As we get through this tech pause here, figure out what the problems are, we have a little bit of time to talk about the fact that score update and result updates. Heretics have defeated all gamers in the other bracket and the other stream, 13-11 on Haven. All gamers did reply 13-8 on Ascent, but then on Lotus, Heretics cleaned them up 13-7, which means that for China and Pacific so far, it's just not been their tournament. And looking at XLG now as well, likely to fall unless they do something special for the remainder of this Haven. If they go down to Gentlemates here, it's an All-Americas, All-EMEA show for EWC.
Yeah, which is crazy, considering the fact that this is China's #2 seed, just in general, following EDG. And then on the other side of EMEA, you have a team that barely made it out of groups. They went 2-3 in that first stage. The only reason why they made it out was because of that differential. They were on top of, I think it was Navi, but they were there, made it out of groups, had a struggle in that playoffs, couldn't really get anything going, but then they go on to beat the #3 seed of EMEA in Foot. So now it's just this wild, crazy ride of who is going to be the better team, because both these teams have shown potential. They have been there. They've been at the top of their groups before. They've been at the top of their regions. They're just trying to figure out how they can apply that here and make sure they're making the correct adaptations.
And as a perennial bridesmaids of the Chinese region in XLG here as well, given that EDG not coming in with their full roster and having to play with a coach, EDG themselves might not be able to pull themselves through in their bracket. So it does fall upon XLG as the next best team from China representing their region to shoulder the weight of the burden of that entire region, unless AG as well can do something special. But it just seems like all 3 Chinese teams don't have a lot to say so far. Not much better as Pacific either. So like I said, all Americas, all EMEA with, how many is it, 5 EMEA teams?
Yeah.
All looking for victories now, and perhaps they'll all get it as well.
It's actually crazy, the groups, though. Feels like so many of the EMEA teams have been pitted against each other, or at least stuck in the same groups. I think I'm thinking of that group B. B, sorry. So many teams that are stuck together, but at the end of the day, too, people like PRX, the second place in the world, almost every single globals so far recently, they've struggled too. Just lost against NRG. This really feels like a tournament where anything could happen.
It's a lot more happening for Americas and EMEA, though, and a lot less happening for the opposite, unless we can... Now, after that very long tech pause, thank you for staying with us there. See if XLG can get something together. Well, I did mention that a tactical pause would have been good there for XLG, but they did get a long time to wait.
I do like this operator buy, though, from Raga. I think this is going to help them out tremendously. Being able to get that line without being way too aggressive, overextending, which is the way that XLG like to play. They don't like to get really deep into that A lobby just yet. That operator is going to let them get that hold, get that A line, and it's going to be really nice for them to see. I think it's a little added pressure as well for Gentlemates. They're going to learn or have to learn or adapt on how to push that operator off, making sure that they're just not getting that space for free, holding that deep line the whole time.
Well, operator for XLG, map 1 on Breeze was used by Nomad on the Jet 2. Pretty mid-level success, didn't really hit that many shots. No man, no hits, unfortunately. Map 2, well, they just didn't have any money for it, really. They were broke the entire game with how many rounds they lost. So now we finally get Raga on board for that op, and maybe on the Neon we'll find some level of success. But if not, it's going to get ugly out there. And this is the type of round as well, given where the economy is, highly likely you're going to end up seeing XLG save if this round doesn't quickly go well for them. So let's have a look at this one. Going to be on the line. Already flashed out is Raga. Doesn't even get an opportunity to get that shot off unless he just wants to rip it through against the fast lane for now. But it's going to be all of M8 heading back over towards mid.
Slowing it down a little bit, the side of Gentlemates, not full executing into that B, just applying the pressure. Gonna try to fall back somewhere else, depositing Bippo into a really nice spot here to catch off any of those rotations. But XLG, they have 3 players on this B site. They're really gambling hard because Raga has that full line towards A. But the Killjoy
look at that
turret going down.
I mean, that's all it took to start to bring over some rotations from XLG. 1 turret going down.
Go, go, go.
Hathaway immediately responds. Super pushed up is going to be Bippo as well. And Raga doesn't even get to sit on the line with the operator. He hasn't revealed the op yet. That's the only sort of good news here is for start to push through into A short.
That drone really good at pushing him back onto that side. And they're going to full commit here, knowing that they've done some damage or at least done some pressure. And again, trying to get that execute down.
I mean, you're almost just playing for retakes here with how far back some of these players are. Leo still wants to swing on in, but it just swings to his death now. Doesn't get joy, and unfortunately, you thought Lysol would go down there, but he's actually good for 2. Raga's activated for the operator as well. And finally, after a long time waiting, XLG snap up their first round in this half.
They've brought it back. That's what I like to see. The 1-3-1 setup in the middle of the round off of that pressure was really well timed as well, because Raga again getting that line off that operator. I think it was so important. He did get pushed off, but everyone was so quick at rotating. As you can see here, they're flooding out of spawn already. The spike hasn't even come out of short yet. These players are still getting onto site. Nothing able to be done for mates. They can't clear it out. Not enough util because they've used that drone to push back that operator. I say that now, but they're fighting a lobby here with this dart, taking their first really aggressive A lobby take. And it looks like they're going to actually gamble towards it because they have no other options right now. There's Cypher just sitting in that window.
The operator's on the wrong side of the map. Lysol smells something fishy in the waters here, though. Paranoia out, ready to go. Leo as well, shock dart to slow things in, but it's going to be the execute regardless. Lysol finds himself in the corner, an easy peasy kill to Mini. And another one into Martin through the wall as well. That's a twofer. Nice and cheap in the day here. On round number 6, Starzo trying to make his way in. Leo, position has been revealed. Is Starzo quick enough? Yes, certainly is, but Nomad's just a little bit quicker on the other side. 4 versus 2 here as the rotations for XLG slowly coming on in, but they don't even need to really rush here. Only Bippo left, and you're not thinking Bippo's going to get a lot done here.
Getting a little bit sloppy on the side of mates, not clearing those corners when they're going up against this Bippo. It's going to be really hard to win it. Doesn't get the pick, and Lysor getting that 3K. But man, Gentlemates going back towards that A, they tried to fight it a little bit more aggressively because they thought that XLG might have that operator on there again, and they were hoping to run it down. But actually, 3 of these players on this site, Lysor just playing that anchor role and doing a good job. One of those kills being a spam is kind of insane. You can't really adapt to that, honestly, unless you're just able to get that trade, able to get up close and personal. And now for XLG, this is looking pretty promising. They're back on track. The op again online for Raga, and he's opting for the C-long peak.
It's also a lot of confidence coming through. Heard big cheers from the side of XLG on stage, and a bit of a pop-off out of the chair as well. Now let's see if the players themselves can pop off for this round 7 here. Ultimate's starting to be used, Hunter's Furies from the shadows as well. Emeda starting to feel a bit of pressure on the garage side. They've peeled off.
Calming down the round a little bit for Mates, walking up towards this. Leo's gonna get the pick, he's gonna get the info. But it doesn't matter because Starzo actually gets the trade onto Leo, and this is a fast hit now from Gentlemates. They've gotten all that information. They know that that short is clear now. Happyway holding, trying to prevent the spike, do a little bit of damage. It's going to be a lot harder of a retake now, but Raga's all the way in that flank.
Yeah, look at this read though. Starzo knows something is up, and he's looking for the play. Speaking of looking, Lysol catches Bippo. Looking the wrong direction, and now Raga, he's going to get double face and doesn't even land a shot. One good shot there from Raga, at least trade his own life 1-to-1. Happyway finally drops out of heaven. All that kill onto Mini, still keeping this one competitive, but the scan is good. Starzo and Prox good for their 2 kills as well, even Lysol by his lonesome, and he needs to get double here. He'll get 0.
The timing for both of those kills. Bippo just turning around last second as the peek comes in from B main. And then for Raga unscoping at the worst possible time as the double peek comes in. That was so unfortunate for both of those players. But XLG, they really tried this round. This was a close round in my opinion. They had the right ideas. It's just the fact that they got picked off towards that short. That was a really big pick for Gentlemates, and they knew to run away with it. Now Happyway has his Viper's Pit online. On the other side, we have that Cypher out. We have the Omen out. We have 2 of these kind of information else that not going to be too detrimental. No real winning condition here. And Gentlemates going back towards that mid. They know that they can default and break that alarm bot. They've seen it already, and the setup hasn't changed yet for XLG.
Tell that Gentlemates, by the way, are expecting some sort of aggression here. A bunch of the Killjoy utility is going to get popped in terms of the information being given over. How far does Mini want to walk through into spawn? A little bit further because he's got Raga down already. And now Mini has a big flank coming on through. Does he know there's a play on the other side? He does now, and he'll get the easy peasy kill. 5 versus 2, and XLG can't even get a single player. Look at the money though. Leo's completely zeroed out. Have to start thinking, is it going to be a save?
Yeah, Raga unable to find anything. I think we need to see that aggression elsewhere. Leo going to pick that operator up. They need that to get any form of success on their defense side. It feels like they're really relying heavily on this operator to be able to hold it down, get a full line for themselves, and be able to play a stronger side on the other side. But this is crazy. For Gentlemates, they waffled a couple of the rounds, but now they're back into it. They've adapted. They've seen that the setup's changing. As soon as they don't see the op, they're no longer scared. They don't really care about pushing it off that much. As long as a dart or a drone is there, it will do the trick.
The confidence as well, just straight up just pushing to garage, ignoring all the Killjoy utility. Alarm bot they know is there. Turret activated, doesn't matter. Mini just pushing through the window all the way into spawn. And then finding success. I mean, he gets Raga, then gets the big flank all the way in CT, straight through the smoke. It's just all too damn easy. And XLG, okay, I talked about the timeout needing to happen maybe a little bit later in the day, saying we got those 2 rounds, starting to feel good. The feels are starting to get down a bit now, so time for XLG to find the solution.
Yeah, and I think they're going to understand that the key here in their defensive side, at least, is to just be a little bit more unpredictable. That Killjoy setup, this is a reason why people don't really like to play Killjoy anymore, because that turret, because of that alarm bot being so easy to break, easy to pressure and just get rid of. That, and there's no real trap setups being set up here from the side of Shilai Gaming. They're just going for that operator pick, and everyone else is just holding their side. They're lucky if they've gambled right on the strong side, but the weak side, they haven't been able to delay long enough at all. They're just getting ran down every single time. No one's able to stay on site and stay long enough, delay with any sort of util, but also they're getting ran down and getting picked off too. It's not like they're playing retake on the weak side. They're just on site, dying for free every round.
Yeah, no trades either. Nothing going the way of XLG to bring the numbers into contention for some sort of clutch to occur. Still 3 rounds left to play through on the half, so it's not completely gone out for XLG yet, but you're starting to worry a little bit, and certainly the coaching staff agree, which is why they call for the timeout. Not a lot of money here, not a lot of equipment. Leo's on a pistol, but Raga's got himself an operator who does tag a bit of damage onto Bippo. Here we go. Martin lead the way. You know that alarm bot's there, buddy. Gotta clear that one. Nanoswarm will certainly throw things down. Oh my god, he still gets a kill!
That.
Criminal! Oh man, lands a headshot into Starship, but Bulldog can only do so much for you. It's not doing enough versus Mini at all. Bunch of damage onto Mini in response. Lysol now TPing, but the TP has been marked. However, they don't know where Raga is, who slides on in. Sees a shoulder from a couple of players on M8 to reload there. Means no help just yet, but Raga might not need it. These 2 players on the back of the site causing issues with General Mates and causing more now. Finally, Lysol does fall, but Raga still in play. Leo has nothing to work with. If he gets a kill the Classic, he'd be lucky to. But Raga! An ace!
Oh my
on a very important round that he gets it all. One of the few members that actually had a gun. This is the guy you need to see step up, and he steps up big.
He floods into sight, gets the picks. Gentlemates, they fall apart. They're TPing off of sight. They're not able to fight that backside properly. They're waiting for some sort of util to help them out. Martin getting that initial pick didn't matter. Clearing that site did not matter because the real VIP here was Warga flooding into that site with that Omen, with Lysor, and just getting those picks. That was really well done and a little bit sloppy from both these teams, but it doesn't matter because the ace is what important. And now both darts going down for the sides on this A long and scanning actually players towards that A lobby.
Pit's already been put down as well, so Happy Way now will be content with the fact that they've got C covered. Not expecting that M8 will walk into that one anytime soon. Back over towards Garage. The alarm bot isn't there this time, by the way, so Martin's looking for it. He won't find it. That being said, though, with the turret gone, Garage has been taken. This is what M8 want to do to draw attention away, but M8 looks like they want to lean A.
Leaning they shall. Falling back from that garage. They're trying to find that alarm bot, trying to break that. Put some pressure towards that garage. They're trying to find the Viper's pit as well, trying to get as much information as possible, but they're not able to get that just yet. 2 players left towards this long A, looking like they're going to put a lot of pressure here. Try to fake it. The Omen smoke is here. The Neon, the whiff from Rarga on that operator, but 3 players here on A. They're going to know it's not an execute, but how quick are they going to be able to rotate? Because the players of M8 are already on site.
Well, the adaptation was alarm bot went B, so that information is being given over. Unfortunately, there's not going to be the slowdown or stoppage of the spy plant at all from XLG. And then the operator as well doesn't even really tag damage. As you even have Martin looking to go for a bit of a flank here. Plenty of players off site from General Mates. XLG slowly making their way onto site. Watch for this play. Mini catches no man lacking. He might catch a couple more. He just catches bullets from Raga, sadly. Might be Martin's turn to make it work for them. Bippo on the front line, so he's making things difficult. Very much difficult.
God.
4 kills with Bippo. But it doesn't even matter that Martin is there, because Bippo on the front will just do it all for you.
What a nasty series of shots. That was insane. Just taking his time to adjust his crosshair. The micro adjustments being absolutely phenomenal. The mechanics on this guy is insane. And this is a really good reason why they've put him on that Sentinel. His timing and his positioning has been phenomenal. This pick by Mini too. No man having his ult out. So unfortunate here, but he should have known. And by ult, I mean turret. I just don't know how to speak Rarga. He's now got that Neon ult online. A Thrifty on the side of XLG, and they're going really hard at it.
Yeah, well, Raga this time, he's been the hero so far. He got an ace early. He's got the overdrive out, collects 1 so far. Surely the secondary Bippo goes down, and what can Raga get next? This is the level of aggression from XLG's defense. It hasn't come through yet. They've basically got no equipment, but off the back of those 2 kills and off the back of some exploration now, they should get some upgrades.
The spike is still down, though, here for Gentle Mates. They know that they have the crossfire on it, too.
Walking into enemy territory here. What used to be theirs is no longer the case. Overdrive for Mini this time around. He'll get one through the smoke, in fact, but Martin responds. 2 versus 2. Raga's got himself an outlaw. Happy Way has found a rifle as well, and he finds Brox. And a Raga kill onto Martin will close the door. A thrifty win off the overdrive. XLG getting nice and active early in the round.
I'm telling you, I need to see XLG be active, be aggressive with their weapons too. Maybe not necessarily running all the way down into their spawn, but being able to have those fast rotates based on how much information that they're getting, holding it down. Yes, they got the A-long a lot of the time with that operator. Yes, they can just spot C with that turret, but it feels like they're not fast enough at reacting, not putting enough pressure.
Look at that scoreline, 15-7 despite losing on the actual rounds itself. XLG haven't had any shortages in terms of Raga finding kills, but as we start to progress in this next round now, A is where it all happens. Bunch of the players, including Ragas, have already arrived. Raga might fork it, but he's already done the damage required. Martin and Prox have a little something to say in this round, but No Man will still look to close the door on this offense. Genomates, it's just Martin. He's walking out of sight.
They're able to hold that site too. We were talking about how they were just struggling, couldn't delay long enough on weak side, but also weren't playing retake, and now they're able to flood in because the delay is finally there. Obviously, Leo getting that pick really big onto Mini, and now Martin, he's just trying to find anything.
He's got no money.
Yeah, it's really hard here. Has to save, but not getting anything because XLG is not giving it to him.
What a recovery. It's going to be 5-7.
Wait, it's last round.
Yeah, it's going to be... Sorry, he's not going to save.
He's not going to save.
What are we talking about?
We don't know how to do math.
4-7. Don't do maths on the live broadcast yet. He's got no money, and he's about to have no time either. Martin, if there's one player you want to see do a 1v3, it'll be this guy. He's got the mechanics for it, and if you want to sprint to the other side, buddy, you better get your sea legs ready and going. He's got his knife out. Look how fast the rest of XLG are going. You got to see, B might be a better call here, but there's actually a nanoswarm there. I don't think he's got time to plant.
He has time.
Okay, well.
He's chilling.
now he doesn't have time to plant. I mean, all it takes is XLG just getting a little in there. Okay, just run it. Send the body in. You got 3-1. Send one body at him when he tries to plant, and he won't have any time left.
That was really well played by XLG. Those are the kinds of rounds that I really like to see from them. The super fast understanding of how they want to play, really quick rotates, flooding into sight, being able to delay for so long. And I think this is a really nice game to watch. This map is kind of playing out how I expected to. At first, I thought Gentlemates were going to just run away with it once again, but XLG putting up a really good fight. And of course, this was so nice here. Getting onto site, everyone's there, everyone's supporting each other, and Martin, of course, trying to get that clutch, but it is a nose goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have just Leo hiding and spawning. He's like, you ain't getting me. At the end of the day, too many players alive there, but a recovery, 5-7. I mean, I'm trying to remember how many in a row. Was it 6-0 at one point on this particular map that we had? It was
no, it was like
4-2. Sorry, I was still thinking of Lotus.
4-1, 4-2.
4-1, 4-2, and the highest differential was 6-2.
Yeah.
Before you started to get a little bit more rounds in a row for Sheline. The fact that we end 5-7, and particularly at, I think those rounds 9 and 10 as well, you really start to saw the confidence come back in.
Yeah.
Celebrations were big. Raga's popping off. As I said, they were down in rounds, but Raga's scoreline was insane. He got that ace.
Yep.
And then they follow up with that round where they get super aggressive with the overdrive, just running out of their spawn straight as soon as the walls come down and just rushing into the offensive line of Gentlemates who were still stuck in their own spawn.
Yeah. The good thing is now, though, they're switching sides. XLG, they're not out of it yet, but winning this pistol is going to mean a lot for them, because on this attacking side, it feels like this is where sometimes they tend to struggle. Gentlemates, they're a team that really like to stack or gamble a lot of the time until they get that operator online to get all of that information. When you're thinking back to that Lotus, they were so good at fighting those deep lines right away, using a lot of that util and then falling back. But now, obviously, they don't have that Raze online. They're going to be fighting with that Phoenix instead. Maybe a lot of trap plays set up for them as well on the defensive side for Gentlemates. Just holding, trying to fight a little bit more cohesively. But we're jumping back into here after this halftime. 3 players from the side of M8 on this B site looking to do something maybe a little bit aggressive, maybe just delaying for long enough. And the Cypher is fully set up towards that garage.
See what this unconventional comp for XLG can do on the offensive side. Obviously, the Viper wall will be plenty part of that conversation. Mid is looking interesting. Bippo seems to agree. Prox will now double up for the team, leaving to a 5 versus 3. It does, however, allow XLG to start moving Spike onto a free site on C. They got the plant, but they don't have the members.
Spike planted.
I must wait a moment.
5v3 looking a little scary, but Gentlemates protocol. Clear mid, make sure they're not going to be flanking us, making sure that they can get all that space on their retake, going through garage. Starzo just playing really passive, knowing his team is going to be the ones doing all the work. Now 4 players retaking from this garage side. Yeah,
Leo's going to be offside as well, playing his utility. Coming through from the link, it's going to be everybody, but Raga already takes down double now. Raga's about to hit 20 on this map, by the way, and we have barely started on the second half. That's a good shock dart, but you need something extra. They're just going to defuse. They're just going to defuse. Leo can't find any more shots. Look at the low HP on those last
It was like
3
11,
members.
9, and 13 on the side of the defense.
All he needed
crazy.
was, he landed the shock on the player defusing. He just needed to land one more shot.
Yeah.
And that player probably would have gone down.
Yep, another pistol going the way of Gentlemates. This was a little scary here. Raga almost getting those 3 kills. Got 2 instead, almost lined up for this 3rd and the 4th. But it's okay because XLG, they've been in this position. Once again, they're back in this position. 19 and 9 on the side of Raga. They're going for this A main, setting up again for something just grouped because they know that Gentlemates might be just full stacking something. The Cypher Cam going to be broken. That's information for them. Are they going to full commit though, knowing that there's Cypher trips around here?
Bippo already took damage as well. Trip is on the floor. Raga sniffs it out. Even just runs through the cage with Starzo. Quick with the flick there on the Stinger. Now the drone to start clearing. By the way, you did see at the start of the round, pings going on C long, despite everyone walking to A. That's because the ending is going to be on C. No man's already explored it. But Lysol still has to get through garage. 2 players waiting there for him. Wait for the long flank by Happyway, by the way. That is still a potential. And he's got 2 players on opposite sides, judge in hand. At some point, though, Mini has to actually be the one moving. The rest of his team are moving on to site as well. No man with a double up. That's not bad at all, but still. Where's Happyway? He's the X Factor here. But Bippo's too smart for it. I feel like we've seen these scenes before, I think, and it's Leo in long again, but this time he's going to go to Classic.
Yeah, but it's still an expensive round here for Gentlemates. 3 guns down on their side. They're able to get the Bulldog and the Judge back online, so for their bonus round, it's going to be a little bit weaker than normal. So for XLG, this is where we need to see if they've learned their lesson. Learned the lesson on making sure they're not forcing those close fights. I don't want to see them going through that garage. I really want to see them taking the long fights, long C, long A, making sure they're clearing, getting a lot of that information, using the util to clear those close angles. I don't want to see them fall into another trap set up by Gentlemates.
Guns up for XLG now. 4 rounds is going to be the gap after losing pistol. And the anti-eco, you talk about traps. How about MA just walking 4 players down long? XLG sneak away from that side of the map, but they do have to be a little bit concerned about the potential flank. But as they run through garage, it's the alarm bot that will signal the long flank coming on through. It's an empty site. Full retake for MA.
4 players on the flank here for MA, ready to break some util. They got that Killjoy turret down. That's going to be a lot of pressure towards that garage, but the alarm bot's still up. They know it's not going to be a flank. 5 of these players, though, positioned for this garage flood-in.
This is the first time the XLG actually have all 5 alive for this post plant as well. It's been problematic before. They spot Martine going back over towards CT side. That's probably an obvious thing. Prox already gets a shot onto Happy where there's decent damage from the util coming on through, and now that damage is transferring into actual kills. Leo, Raga, Lysol, all 3 showing up when it counts, and Martine now, Guardian in hand, has too many angles to cover. Raga's definitely plus 20 by now, leading the server and finally giving a round over to XLG in the second half.
This is good for XLG now. They're still down, still trying to recuperate a lot of those rounds, but at least they've learned from their mistakes, not doing the same things over and over again, keeping majority of those guns, 3 players left alive. They don't have to force too many weapons. They don't have to give up their economy. They can snowball here. And on this attack side, they actually have that Hunter's Fury online for Leo, able to do something quick if they wanted it to. Or if they get that spike down, they can play a post plan pretty convincingly. Martin, though, he has the run it back. Gentlemates are pushed all the way down long C with Prox. They have so much information, and Cypher is just set up here. Bippo by himself on the A site.
It's a lot more measured from XLG compared to previous maps. On Lotus, they'd already be exegging somewhere. This is just a fake happening over towards the A side. It does seem like M8 are biting. B has gone away for free as the rest of the team is there. And now as the Neon starts to slide away, in fact, the other Neon is getting something done. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Running back being popped by Martin. He wants a little bit of this action. Loses ultimate straight away. Plaster hasn't come down, by the way. Possibility for a mid to see, but does seem like they will commit to it finally. 4 versus 4 with a long flank coming through from Bippo as well. Prox also from the left side of the map on C. But everyone from XLG is peeled off.
Bippo, really nice positioning here. He's not going to get clear just yet, but Happyway has a feeling the timing is going to be really important here. Bippo getting the pick onto Happyway, and now this start of this retake. Martin pushing all the way through, and again, another beautiful crunch. Bippo with this positioning over and over again has been so good when he gets into these spots.
Just completely unspotted and just without the wherewithal as well from XLG to potentially check for the possibility of a flank. And Bippo gets away with murder there from behind, crunching with Martin coming through from the actual site itself. And Raga's looking 2 ways, can't get a kill there. Wouldn't have been enough anyway with just the one. And suddenly what was looking like a decent attacking start, selling a full fake on the A, getting a somewhat free-ish easy plant on B with a little bit of delay. It's all completely unraveled by this crunch plate coming through from Bippo and Martin.
Did I just see Leo was on his drone at the front of B? Is that what I just saw? That's not good, XLG. We can't be doing stuff like that. Now look at your buy. You have those 3 rifles, but 2 of your players, one of them on a Bulldog, one of them on a Sheriff. It's still a little bit rough, but it doesn't matter because they're walking up towards C. Looks like they're going to go for this execute. They still have that Hunter Fury online.
They're about to walk into all the Cypher utility. They're going to walk into the mini damage here as well. And there's like some guns actually online for the side of XLG. Those guns are all on the floor now. 4K for mini on the overdrive. And it's going to be Gentlemates in commanding fashion, taking control of this game again. Both hands on the wheel.
The contact play is just not it against this team because you need to get that information first. You know that they're always going to be having some sort of setup here. Gentlemates so far on their defensive side have been very creative, switching it up almost every single round and making sure that they're getting the rounds of understanding how to play against XLG again. The walk-up, the contact play. I really applaud XLG for trying to try something new here for Shilai. But 3 ults online, and they're broke again. A Thrifty. And you're about to give them the match point of the game. Martin, beautiful pick onto Rarga. Leo trying to get that Soval to do anything, but not connecting with anyone.
I've seen Rarga make use of that before for good effect, and now, okay, how about Happyway? No, man. Suddenly things are starting to turn around in favor of XLG here. Leo and Dominic as well. Bippo's got the only responsive kill here. After all is said and done, they'll reveal the rest of the positioning, which says we're going over towards a 2 versus 3. A couple of upgrades found here by Lysor and Happyway, and suddenly things are looking on the bright side for XLG. Gentlemates trying to get their way back into sight, and my goodness, Prox thought he had the opportunity there off the back of the paranoia, but Happyway just too sharp. 3-1, and Bippo might just have a little bit too much to do here. XLG, an unlikely round for them to actually win. They're going to Thrifty.
I can't believe this. XLG has been so good at winning Thrifties because of the way that they're playing it. It's like they have nothing to lose, and every single time they get rewarded for it.
And they lost Raga instantly.
Exactly. They're so good at these rounds. They're so good at getting their ones, getting their picks when they're just taking those fights and forcing it. It's like they're... It was insane. Those 2 picks, man. I think here Mini kind of throwing a little bit, playing so close when they know that they're on an eco. Again, they're pulling some of the same mistakes that XLG was doing. But gun round for both these teams. Judge on the side of Mini, and he's trying to play that towards Short A.
Might have just given a breath of life here for XLG. A second win has been spotted, and speaking of spotted, Martin has been spotted. That's a bit of a risk because if somebody actually swung him while he's shooting the turret, he would have gone down. It's going to be Prox on the line here against all 5 from XLG. A very important round, and they find the timing. Raga just runs on in. And now what can we get out of Starso here? Again, all 5 around the corner. Raga's so fast. Starso didn't even see the timing of that. 5v3. It looks like XLG will find another round.
They've learned from their mistakes, XLG, using that drone up long C instead of just contacting up. And Raga, beautiful, beautiful pacing to just follow up. Get those picks, just hold W. He knows he's been playing insane, and so he's finally putting it down, putting it to the test in the server, forcing M8 to play at their pace. And now, Gentlemates, they're gonna go for that save, maybe a couple of exits, but still safe because they want to save those rifles. Their economy is not good. XLG have snowballed their economy. They also have the lockdown, 1 away from that Viper's Pit as well. They have so many really good winning conditions for them to win these post plants. They just need to keep enabling themselves to get onto that site.
And nothing easier to fuse against the Viper's Pit either in a following round, but more importantly, you thought that XLG were going to get choked out at Haven, but suddenly they just find that extra gear. I mean, how fast was Raga to get that shot as well? Barely a pixel available.
Nasty.
And Prox just eats dirt. Gentlemates now 2 rounds to play to finish this map and get the series 2-1. We'll take a tack pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done, because despite there still being 2 rounds to play through and that not being a lot, seems like XLG are starting to find their momentum themselves as well.
Yeah, timeout here at a good time because they need to understand what's going wrong. They need to hear back from their coach. They need that third-party perspective. And right now, it feels like maybe they're just waiting for an operator to be online so they could shut down a lot of what Raga's doing. Make sure to punish him from holding W, going crazy and getting those initial picks. But I think also they should not play scared. The last thing I want to see here for Gentlemates is to lose that confidence, to lose that momentum that they've had so far this series, and to make sure they're continuing to play confident, playing those 1v1 peaks. It's okay having a little bit of those hero plays because they've come out on top of it almost every single time. Raga just needs to get shut down, and I think we have the tools for that, especially when you're looking at Starzo.
The scoreline's looking a little nasty here. Mini and Martin, though, nothing to scoff at, 17 each for them. On the XLG side, it's Raga, a little bit of happy-way contribution, and other than that, not much else to speak of. Gentlemates, the play is going to be quite a few players pushing up into long. Are they going to just drop off Mini here? We'll have a look and see what that means.
You should run.
Lockdown's already in play over towards the mid-side of the map, by the way. And who is going to win this game of chicken here? Mini's at a great spot. Hathaway in a worse one. Relay bolts exchanged. How does Mini get out of this situation? A little bit of help from Starzo is good. Raga is going to find only the one. And the lockdown's already gone, by the way.
Last player standing.
So crazy. Beautiful shot from Bippo. But Starzo going back to essentially what worked in Lotus is following up with his duelist, making sure he's there for the trade and using that util to set up his team for success. Mini playing close. Really well done. At least it wasn't an eco or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go for a couple kills. Gets one, gets two. 2v1 all of a sudden. He's low on HP, 13. Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross. Starzo lets him. No spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well. Quick feet coming through from Lysor on 13 HP, and M8 are forced to split. This is going to give a possible 1v1 opportunity. What a smoke play. Lysor has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Prox should have an easy freebie here. No chance for Lysor. Doesn't realize how close Prox was.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but 12-8 now. Series point here. So scary for XLG. It's gonna be really worrisome, but they've kind of come back a little bit. Gentlemates taking that timeout to talk about it, and it looks like another timeout's gonna be coming in with the way that these players have kind of leaned back in these chairs. It is confirmed as a timeout from XLG, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You literally have to win this round. Last point of the series if they lose it. But I think they're on the right track here. I think they're going kind of kind of in a good route, Avril. Like, they're going for these executes. They're almost winning these clutches. Rarga's being absolutely phenomenal, but you need another player to be online to be able to support him and make sure you set him up for success.
The other player in that particular round might have been No Man, who found his way all the way through mid. Starting to get a bit of a flank going, but just gets caught after the lockdown came through. So if that kill had gone differently, despite the scuffle that happened over towards A long that cost the lives of 3 of the members from the side of XLG, might have been a different game. Lysol certainly tried his darndest there. Got a lot of work done, but just no HP and barely any time to play through. 12-8 now. Match point found. Gentlemates one away from locking the series away from XLG and putting them into the lower bracket.
It's so scary here, though, because you see the run it back online for Martine. You see that Hunter's Fury online for Starzo, too. Really good retake ults, or at least flood retake to deny a lot of that zoning. But a really quick C-split here coming in from XLG. They're not committing, though, just yet. Putting a pause on it, but the run it back is spent.
He's ulting. He already slowed things down with that hot hands, and well, currently it's hot hands in favor of Raga. Martine loses ult almost instantly. Mini just spamming through the smoke, but he's not catching anything so far. He might have a bit of an off angle here. No one's quite seen him. Gets a giant kill on Delio. Raga goes down here as well. 2 versus 3, and it might all end here. Gentlemates just need a couple of more. Viper's Pit, though, still a rescue opportunity for XLG. Spike on the floor here. Starso using drone to explore, looking for the tag onto this Viper, but not going to quite find it just yet. Opportunity, XLG have found themselves in a spot where they can still win the round just off the pit alone.
Planted. One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
Bippo! He's got it!
My God.
And that's going to be Gentlemates defusing around. It got a little bit spicy on Haven with a small comeback for XLG, but Gentlemates and EMEA in general will not be denied in the opening round here. 3 maps, they did lose their breeze and questions to be asked, but all questions answered on Lotus and Haven.
It's very fitting that Bippo got that last kill too there. His positioning all game has been absolutely phenomenal. He's brought them back to a lot of these rounds where they struggled to figure out how they want to post-spawn, how they want to retake, and he turned out to be the answer on this specific map of Haven. Really well played by Gentlemates. They genuinely surprised me today, especially on that Lotus.
Huge round as well from Bippo on that B plant that we have from XLG with the big flank coming on in. Puckett said it. He had the frosted tips, or he had ice in his veins as well. Bippo really showed up quite in a big way on this particular map to clean things up for Gentlemates.
They got the job done after somebody counted them out of this series. Back-to-back W's.
Just the map
looking clean, especially in that map 2. 13-1 was a devastating statement. I feel like they kind of broke the soul of XLG in that moment. But then XLG started to grind out towards the end of that game 3. Did you ever have fear for the Gentlemates, Avril, towards the end?
I think there was momentum building genuinely coming through from XLG, and you start to see the confidence being built in for XLG as well, but the round differential was just getting away from them, losing too many pistols, and I think once that 12th round was actually found by Gentlemates, the door was almost firmly shut closed onto XLG, so they just didn't quite have the time left in the rounds left to play through.
Athena, as a former competitor yourself, what is it like to be in Prox's shoes? Your first LAN, and you're playing at EWC.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, especially when there's such a big prize pool on the line. And this LAN itself, it's huge, it's massive. And you're in the middle of a foreign country, I like to think. You're not really proven yet. This is your first global stage. This is your first stage, period. It's definitely worrisome when you're kind of on the
You're out of your element, right?
You're out of your element. You're kind of getting judged also for how you're playing, because this is a real performance maker. Either you have the mentality to deal with playing on the stage, especially in such a crazy place, versus how you actually perform.
We take a look back at some of the big plays. You're going to hear the name Mini and Martine quite a few times as Avril walks us through the big ones.
Yeah, I mean, this was mostly just all Gentlemates, because Sheila Gaming didn't show up until a little bit later on. It's a plenty of Raga clips in here as well. Do mind that he had an ace in the middle of all of this, overdrive kicking in for him, and he was the one player that kind of stepped up for the side of Sheila Gaming as we expected him to. Still for me though, the 2 players that really had a good series here, Starzo throughout the entire thing, but then also Bippo on this particular map at Haven, as Athena was talking about, that really needed to come into the picture as well.
Yeah, it feels like they've all had their standout moments, but Bippo just being absolutely phenomenal. I think his impact frags were really the reason why they've won a lot of those close rounds that shouldn't have been close in the first place. But then following up, I mean, XLG, you guys are talking about the snowball that they had mainly due to Varga getting those really nice picks, having an increase in his pacing, making sure he's actually following through with a lot of his neon stuns, his neon utility, and following his team. But it just was a little too late. When they're doing that comeback, and it's already double digits for the other team, it's so scary because one little slip up can all of a sudden snowball the rounds, and that's exactly what we saw what happened between these two teams on this map.
XLG, Shilai Gaming heading down to that elimination bracket. They'll be fighting for their lives. If they're going to survive, Avril, give me one player to watch later on this weekend.
I mean, we already know Raga is good, but we need to see No Man and Happyway. I said Happyway at the start of the broadcast because to me, he's been the most stable player on the team. Raga is quite hot and cold in terms of his performance. Plenty of hot today, but unfortunately the cold side ended up being Happyway, who I thought we were going to get a bit more out of.
Yeah, we didn't really see that much of him. He was just struggling, and he was one of the main reasons why we're talking about that weak side just wasn't working out because he couldn't delay long enough, even as the Viper.
Gentlemates are one of our French orgs competing in the club championship. They've got teams in Call of Duty and very much alive here in Valorant right now down on the stage. We have Ginny ready with Starzo, I believe. Ginny, take it away.
Congratulations on the win here. You guys starting off pretty strong, but I want to talk about the first map, kind of what went wrong there, because the second one, phenomenal. What do you think went wrong with that first one?
I think just warm up. A little bit nerves on the stage, you know, we didn't play a long time, also first official for procs here, so we couldn't really get into the rhythm. Like they were playing like fast tempo, really obvious, but like we kept giving them too much space where we didn't punish them on post plants and stuff like this. After the first one, we knew how they're playing, you know, we had a talk that we need to play with balls, we cannot let them in these things, we need to be brave. You know, I think we showed it on Lotus quite convincingly, so went really smooth on both maps.
Yeah, the convincing one from Lotus, absolutely. And it's good to hear that you guys were able to adapt so quickly on the fly. Want to talk a bit more about Proc specifically, this being his first official with you guys on LAN nonetheless. Big tournament, a lot on stakes. What have you been focusing on with him individually to make him gel together with the rest of the team?
I think just welcoming him into the team, you know, spending as much time. He's a really open person as well, so he wants to spend time with us as well. He's forcing us also to do some activities, you know, play with him, go for a walk, stuff like this. So we're really glad to have him there. You know, it's really easy to be along with him. So far, so smooth, you know. I'm pretty sure he'll not show even more in next games.
It's good to see you guys as well stepping up as the maps go on. So I'm expecting you guys to be stepping up as the games go on as well. Of course, it would be great to see you guys make it out of groups. But when it comes to your expectations for Gentlemates, this event, you are in Paris. There is going to be the French fans. What is that looking like?
That's looking like French fans, you know, gonna see us hopefully, you know. That's the plan. That's our main goal. We play here for the fans. We want to see them. We want to give them great show. Finally in Paris, home crowd. So we're really excited and we're looking forward to qualifying.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. So, Puckett, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gennaro. As we take a look at the final ending here, it is a 2-1 conclusion in favor of the Gentlemates. We welcome back in our casters, Avril and Athena, to wrap up the day. Athena, final thoughts on who was the strongest team in the group tonight?
Oh, in the group, that's crazy, but it's gotta be mibr. I mean, they're looking so good in that group D. They're looking phenomenal. They didn't drop barely over five. They only dropped 5 rounds overall today.
That's gross.
It was insane. It just felt like we really saw them come online. But there is one thing I did
Frost
learn.
is missed.
Yes, there is one thing I learned from that interview. And you know what it is? I'm going to force you guys to go on walks.
Right? No,
Yep.
I have been the one in the talent chat saying, hey, we're up early.
Yep.
Paper Thin and Clinton, the only one to take me up on the offer. We're going for a stroll to get baguettes. You can join us for dinner. It's Duck in a Can on Avril, a speed run here on the Bravo stream. But we have so many more games to go over on Alpha G2, fighting for their lives. We hope that they can mount the comeback for your American fan like this guy. On the way out, Avril, how is the Pacific looking?
A little shaky, except Nongshim might be the rescue. Like you said, G2 kind of fighting for their lives a little bit out there. And if Nongshim can be the one Pacific team or the one non-Americas, non-EMEA team to win today or over the course of the last 2 days, that'll be the one positive for Pacific or even slightly China as well.
Guys, relax. Paper X is making it out of groups.
Paper X is making it out. Of course, you can catch all of the games. The action is going to continue tomorrow as we will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you on behalf of everyone behind the scenes. We'll catch you then.